Hvad er nu det for en?
Det er til rummet.
No, okay. Okay, is it better now? No. Shell asked us to. The problem is when you have the exploration. There's coming first the gas is laying at the upper layer, and then we have the oil, and then we have the water. And if the oil layer is getting lower and lower, then there's coming more and more water up. And this water has a contamination of some heavy metals and some phenols. And that is what we treat in this project. It is middle in the desert. There is, when I got the project, I imagine that this area in the southern part of the Arab area is, we have description from the Old Testament and from the old books that it was green. Today it is desert. That is something which we have, you can say, partly forgotten in our climate project. What happens when we are setting up a green project in the middle of the desert? I can just go up here, it's easier for. We have the green part here, and we have the sand here. The interesting thing is that in the green part, the maximum temperature will be 28 degrees. It will never get higher. And here it can be 60 degrees, even more. That means the plants are reducing the temperature. That is not what we are talking about the climate. We are in the climate project we are saying we have to, it is a CO2, the carbon dioxide in the air, which we have to reduce to get a lower temperature on the Earth. But the lower temperature is not only coming, in this case, it is also coming because if we get the, you can say, the Earth green, then we would have a maximum temperature of 28 to 30 degrees. It is the same in the rainforest. It's never over 30 degrees in a rainforest. So it is the influence of temperature from the vegetation which is forgotten, you could say. That is a very important part. The other part is that we have O2 production and we take up carbon dioxide, which is a natural processing. But what this cooling gives the situation that we evaporate about 60 to 80 liter water per square meter per day. That means we get a moisture activity in the air, which is important because that is a condition for rainfall. That is, we are in the situation that we don't accept that very much. In my, when I went to school, it was very important to have this circulation. Today it is partly forgotten. When we have the temperature reduction here, then we get a lower dew point. That means we get the water which is evaporated or coming from the seaside can be settled on the plants and give a water concentration on this area. And that is the same what happened in rainforest. And this natural processing is what we don't take care of, in my opinion. So it is not only, I mean, it's not that we don't have to try to reduce the carbon dioxide, but we have to think what is the normal circulation and how do that work together. So that is, in my opinion, it is a big problem that we don't take care of the natural processing. It might be partly because all our, you can say, all about nature and so on, what we think about is coming from the universities, and they don't have a praxis. They don't make any experience in this case. So it is a question: do we combine the praxis and the theory? So just to tell you, this is for me a very important part of where we should look at it. Just to give you an idea about what we can. This is a car wash, and we are looking much more for recirculation. In this case, we have about 10,000 car wash. It is a project in Copenhagen. All the water is treated in these 2 pots. They are 5 square meters each. All the water is recirculated. 90 to 95% of water can be recirculated in this case. So that is one way to look at how do we recirculate naturally because our water consumption is too high today. This is another project from a hospital in Namibia where we also treat the water, and it is or it was under United WHO control, so it is secured also for diseases spraying. What is going on? Maybe we should see this plant, which you also see down here. It is Phragmites, also called reed. They are here in the country about 3 meters high. Under climate condition, it can be 4 or 5 meters high. When you see this plant green, in full growing, then you see about 25% of the vegetation, of the biomass. The 75% is subsurface. And what happened here under the subsurface part, we have the roots and we have the root hair here. And this plant and several other plants have the speciality that they transport air from the steams down and out in the roots area. If this is a root, then the air is pressed out. That means we get just along the roots, we get an aerobic condition, and a little further away we have the anaerobic condition. And in between we have the mesophile condition. And the mesophile condition is in some cases very important because there we have a concentration of fungi. And fungi are reducing, for instance, different oil contamination. So this is what do we do when we go to the wastewater treatment, which we have done until now? Then we have taken this out, saying, okay, we want to have an anaerobic pond, we want to have a aerobic pond, and so on. So we try to divide it up. The question is the nature in itself has all these activities which we try to take out and very costly use it, instead of looking how can nature solve this problem for us. It is in the way you can say it is. We have the organic material which is reduced under anaerobic condition to methane and carbon dioxide, and then it is by oxidation getting methane is getting to carbon dioxide and water. another thing which is interesting, and from this, here you have, this is the root in a big condition. It has been laying up there, and you can see some clear part there. This is a test over 8 years. What we have up there is heavy metals. That means the heavy metals and the phosphate is settled in the soil, is transferred to crystalline structure, and in this way it don't make any harm. So that is a natural way of concentrating and get the heavy metals and the phosphate and this thing, get it placed in a way where it don't make any harm. And just to go to, not go through it, but it's also very important to know what happens with it, what can the plants do for us. And that is, I'm a farmer myself. We are only looking as farmers for how much can we produce. But the question is, in the climate situation, what do the plants do for us? And it is more complicated than we have thought. They can degrade pH, BTX and PCB and so on. So there is a lot of activities by the plants and in the soil which is more or less forgotten. Just to go to how we construct it, this is a reed bed. You have the inlet here with the wastewater. It is then running through and coming out. It is a drainage system. It's sealed and then it's coming out here and treated. And depending on how we construct the soil filter, we can treat different forms of wastewater. It's another way to do it. It is inlet here and then the water is running through to the outlet. To go to another area, indoor air climate. This is some pot we constructed, and you can say we press the air in here and through the soil layer and up, and then we have the green area. So this is from a project in Rotterdam. This is from a bank office in Copenhagen. And just to show you what is the situation. This is in Copenhagen, this is a concentration of particles outside on the road, on the street in Copenhagen. This is the concentration indoor in the bank office. That means we have cleaner air indoor than we have outdoor. The other thing what is interesting, every time when you come into the bank and open the door, then this concentration is coming in, and that raises the indoor climate contamination very fast. So you can, with natural processing, getting a better also indoor climate. This is another question. This is a reduction of acetone and toluene, which maybe all of you have in your clothes. This is reduction naturally. How slow it will be reduction. This is as soon as we have a plant recirculation in the indoor situation, then it is reduced in 6 hours. And this is to show the reduction of fungus. And here this is just to see how do people find when they go through a not vegetative area, indoor climate, and you can see naturally there is a lot of problem. There is dryness and a lot of problem, and they will be reduced as soon as you have vegetation indoor. Here, this is reduction of chemicals. This is made from a pig production in not so far from here, and these are the 22 chemicals which gives bad smell. So that is, and you can see the reduction is placed from 80 to 99%, only by using a natural soil filter. And then to another possibility which we have set up in some cases. If you have a house here, it could be here, and you take the air, take it in, put it in a pipe or and have a retention time here of about 20 minutes. Then the temperature of the intake of air will be about the underground temperature. Here in the country it is 7-8 degrees, in cities 15 degrees, and then you can get a temperature out here. The condition is that it is a pressure from here up to the outtake. It is a pressure from here to here. You can easily calculate how much air can I get through. This is from a school in Sweden. Here you have the air intake, then it's going underground and taking out there. This school has reduced its cooling and heating system with about 60%. And there's no use of energy because it is natural processing. And here you have the result. This is the outer temperature and this is the inner temperature. So you can see under hot conditions, 25 to 60 degrees, it is in Sweden, in Lund. And then you can reduce it down to a temperature between 15 and 20 degrees. And when it is going cold, you heat it up. So it's a natural heat exchange system which reduce the ventilation system with about 60%. Then we go to another system. This is from Uganda, but it was the same. The school you just saw from Sweden. We started with setting up a sorting system of 10 or 12 different categories in Sweden. And when we opened the school, then the day after, the children came with their waste from home and said, we have to sort the waste. That means that it is not us who can learn to separate. It is our children. They are more clever about this, and they can learn the parents to separate. The parents don't learn it from they never do it themselves. It's always the children which, and we have set that up in Uganda, in a small city, Uganda, and we are setting up in several places for the moment. This is what they had. Then they got a sorting system, and in this way we learned the people to sort. And in this way we get the garbage which we use. What is our interest, that is to transfer the garbage to biofertilizer. And it is going in this way. We have a closed container system where we put in the garbage, and in 48 hours it is up at 70 degrees only by aerating, controlled aerating. And then we have a secured biofertilizer. We supply it with what is needed from nitrogen and phosphate, And you can see after a week you have a product like this. This is installation. This is the first installation here in Denmark. But in Denmark you can't do this because who is dominating the waste market? That is the energy people. And they want to burn all. They don't like to recirculate. So it's much easier to recirculate in Africa than in Denmark. This is from setting up the project in Uganda. And this is just to give you an idea. What we do is under EU verification, because then it is accepted. But we have now been active since '83. The first project was Kalø, which is an ecological agriculture school in Denmark, where we set it up in '84, and it is still running without using any energy or chemicals. So it is it's not only that it is you can say ecological processing, it's also a much cheaper processing. And that is just to give you an idea. I hope that was what I wanted to tell you, and please, if there are questions.
Yeah, so there could be questions, yeah. So you're welcome, please. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Air cleaning solution.
Yeah.
How fast is it? I guess it depends on how big the system is, but would it make sense to do it in Bosch?
The situation is high surface. We are working with a surface in our plant, in our filter, with about 30 to 40 square meter area per gram soil. So think about how much that is. That is one thing. The other is that if you use the right material, we have not far from here, we have something which we call ammonia, which has a very high absorption capacity. It is used for cat waste and we use we put this into the filter system. And there's a lot of other ceroid, there are a lot of different products, and what we do is normally we say in every country we go with, we say what is the biological possibilities here, and then we find soil is not soil. This is a variation of different things, and that is where we have to find the right, you can say, the right combination. So it's we take a normal local soil, which is minimum 50-60%, and then we mix up with what is needed for absorption or binding materials.
With the oil contaminated water treatment, do you ever do anything with recovery of metals and other compounds from it?
No, we don't do it, but it is possible. When you can go back, what we have, what is possible in the long run is to, when you have the metals, here, then they will get free as soon as we give acid and let it go down to about 3-4 pH. And in this way we can take it out. It is this processing is not started because people in Germany who started, they wanted to treat water. They wanted to hold the phosphate back so that we can reuse that. And we can do the same in the heavy metals.
And if you have the oil contaminated water, is the function reduced with time as the sediment builds up?
No, because it is the surface is so big that we haven't got the situation. In theory, it should be, but we haven't seen it up to now. So what we say normally, we say we guarantee 100 years processing. But you have to imagine, nature is not a standard system. Nature will always change. You can have phragmites can grow on the same place in 150 to 250 years. Then it will change. You don't have anywhere where we have vegetation that it will be there for the whole time. It will always change. And that is also what is important. You can say our surface is not a standard. It is always an active situation where it will change. It may take thousands of years, but it will change. And another thing which I didn't say, that is we are talking a lot about carbon dioxide, but we forget a little that oxygen in the air is reduced with about 2 promille per year. And that is the other side. But because we have about 20-21% of the air is oxygen, we don't imagine it that way. But it is a limit. You can say it's a limit situation we are in. Of course, it's not our generation, but there is a change which we have to imagine and find out how will we solve it. Yeah.
What kind of plants do you use? Is it only wheat, or there could be different plants are part of it?
There are different plants. The situation is that reeds and some other Togola plants which have a high biomass substrate. That is why we use them. But you can use other. But it is a question about you can say the area we need, and we are concentrating more and more to use very little land, because that is interesting. We started with saying that we can treat about 1 cubic meter wastewater per 10-12 square meter. Today we can reduce about 2, 3, 4 cubic meter per square meter. But that is a question about finding out how is it working. It's not, I feel it's the same as being a farmer, because it's a question about looking, what can we do if we want to go this way.
Well, thank you for your presentation. What will be the next step of using plants for decontamination or filtration? What will be the next step in this field using plants for decontamination?
In which way you think?
Well, maybe other we use plants for in other field to decontaminate anything, or I don't know.
Yeah, of course. That's a question about you can say thinking what can we do. We are concentrating very much about you can say the wastewater and partly also the indoor climate. But of course, the climate situation totally in the cities, we can do a lot with plants there. But it is also very often you can say we are just saying, okay, it's very good to have plants. But the question is, can we do it better than just have the plants? And that is what we try. We try to say, okay, let us look at which function do we have to help this
40 to 60%.
But,
In one of the slides, you
Yeah.
said that under the natural ventilations,
yeah.
the energy consumption can be reduced from 40 to 60%.
Yeah.
Is it, I'm sorry to ask you this question, is it for the European conditions or is it for the tropical conditions?
This is calculated from project we have in Sweden.
Sweden.
But the effect will be much bigger in more hot climate, because the cost you have in the hot climate is
Much higher.
much higher for reducing the temperature.
Yes.
So that it will be, I can't say because we have several projects running, but we haven't. We try to get the universities in to control these things, but it's not always that the universities are interested.
Or which part of the world you mean? Universities in what countries?
We have set up in Australia and in Denmark, Sweden, and one more. We are Saudi Arabia want to get education.
I'm not Sri Lanka, that's why I asked this question, because in the university level also we face the same kind of question similarly, but still the problem still exists. Yeah, my second question is now on the waste to biofertilizer production. Is it 100% aerobic digestion or mixed?
Mixed.
Which aerobic?
Yeah, but it is mainly aerobic.
Aerobic.
Yeah, it's mainly aerobic, but there are also some anaerobic processing in it.
In what stage, please? The first part of it or the...
No, it is because when you have a container which is full of
garbage,
waste, garbage, you can say there will be part where you don't get it aerated in the same way as so
differentiation.
Yeah, and this variation gives possibility of that you have anaerobic areas also. Yeah.
And to remove the media and other things, what can we do?
We can make a mixing system in
biofertilizer.
Yeah. But what we concentrate about is to say, let us get it up to 70 degrees so that it don't give any diseases, brain diseases.
You mean it's a kind of pasteurization?
Yeah.
Make it pasteurization or 70 degrees at medium. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for this great presentation. My question was you are actually right in about the rubbish in yeah, you know what is right west where huge problems today. We have 4 million people and we don't have any final determination of the west. So really now what is happening in Bamako is quite often in the middle of the city the fire will come up because of the tenants. Yeah, so a lot of accidents in different rubbish downs. And but we also always have a lot of plastics. So I think plastic is a big part of it. It's organic plastic. So in this type of situation, that's my first question. What is any approach could be because that's a very challenge for the population is the authorities. So how can we do if those waste, especially when it comes to the fertilizer composting, because the fertilizer are extremely expensive, and then we have waste which is that's the first question. Second question, we are lucky to have a very nitric crossing our country, but today also we don't have a occupied. But there are two actors, so people who are doing the army and people who are building the hotels and houses. So it means we don't have so much space anymore to have this water. Yeah. So, but we don't have so much space anymore so we have a kind of waste coming directly to the yeah.
But you can you can say that it's different things we are talking about. The first is to transfer the waste to something which can be reused and has a value. And in this way, I would say you have to separate. You have to learn people to separate. That is the first. And we are in Denmark very slow to do that. It's much easier in a lot of countries. Then you have, I think I know better from Uganda and Kenya and Rwanda, that all your market waste can be separated very easily. When we talk in Kampala with the market leaders, which have the green markets, and so they say we can separate everything.
Yes.
It's not a big problem. It's a problem from the households.
Yes, exactly.
But therefore we start always with the market waste and try to reuse that. That's the first step. And then get the schools to separate and then go step by step. Yeah. The other question, that is about area. I think you have a lot of area because your country is not so small.
No.
It's a question about not doing everything inside the town to get it out. That is one thing. That the other is, of course, that the problem, I think it's a little similar in your country, that we have the waste is not mainly, or you can say we have one waste part, which is wastewater coming from the different households and organizations. But the biggest problem is the stormwater, because the stormwater mix all together, and that is not so difficult to separate. That is a question about having different grids and filter system to separate for the waste. But that is setting up an organization. Just to tell you, in this week we have our manager has been in Rwanda and agreed that we are setting up a total system, and they want us to set it up this year. That is not possible, but doesn't matter. We are starting up a bigger project in Uganda. We have seen we have been in Morocco last week, and we can see that there is a very high interest of processing, green processing today. And we got some prize in Colombia also this week. So for me, it looks like it's clear that there is a change in people's mind for the moment. But the problem will still be, we have traditional companies in this area, wastewater and waste, which we have to get changed in the right direction. It will come. I don't know if it will be in my time, but we'll see.
Thank you. Thank you, Jørgen. No more questions. Sorry, I didn't see you, Paul. Please.
Just a question: if you have tried to connect to the Kiwanuka movement, you have tried to get some knowledge from them because they know a lot about soil biology. It's not exactly a new concept. Mesoamerican cultures it was part of the base of their civilization. So it would be a question if you have some connection to them, ask them for the experience.
No, not very much. There are very few.
I'm not myself part of this movement, but
no,
I suggest you talk to them because they have knowledge. From what I understood, you do basically clean up wastewater from oil production. So that can be a bit tricky, but maybe they can give you a bit of insight.
There is going on a lot worldwide, you could say. it's also interesting for people in Denmark that US has got in 97, they got the environment protection was that you should use compost for production in greenhouses. That is 26 years ago. In Denmark, we don't imagine that. It's interesting that people think we are in front, but it takes time. We are not so much in front as we want to be, or some of us. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you to Jørgen again, and then we will ask the next speaker, Mr. Togola, to come and speak, give us a speech.
No, I'm sorry. I have a meeting in Aalborg. I'll be here sometime. We can talk later. Hvordan har du sat den fast? Godt. Yep. I'll just pick this one as well. So.
Maybe I can give you a USB key, right?
Yeah, but we can just take the. I think it's no problem.
So how you okay, but then you have it's better I give you because I have only one port. Is here.
Yeah, that's fine.
But this cannot. You cannot get both. It's only no. See. Ah, okay.
This one is for the,
Okay. Okay. You are very efficient. Always.
So?
Perfect. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it'll be great to talk to you soon. But is there some? No, picture is fine. Cheers. Maybe turning. Okay. Okay, it's here. Okay. To here. It's good. He went to the end. To go to the. Okay, see. Okay, okay. You remember this one? Okay. Yeah. I think I have here.
Yeah, but that's for the live stream camera.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to, for the room.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And this one. Picture is fine. Yeah. Because I think I will have a copy of video from you.
Yeah. Pictures is fine.
Perfect. So go ahead.
So please, please Ibrahim Togola.
Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, it's a really great honor to have this great opportunity to be here. I'm Ibrahim Togola. I'm from Mali. I've been, always coming here to the Folkecenter is always coming home, you know. And I've been here maybe some 25 years ago already. So, and in 1998, as a young student, studying in Russia, renewable energy. And it was very extraordinary in a way that, because when I finished my study, I had my ticket. I was supposed to go home back to Mali from St. Petersburg. And my department, renewable energy, organized a small party for me. And then I come to say bye. And at night, I had my train to Moscow to spend 4 or 5 days and then continue to Mali. And then when I finished the party with my professor, I said bye to everyone. When I was going, I met one of my professor of ecology. He said, yeah, Ibrahim, I'm sorry I missed your party, but we'll see tomorrow. I said, no, I'm leaving tonight to Moscow. He said, no, you cannot go to Moscow. You will go to Folkecenter in Denmark. I said, what? I just was with Professor Kalitvinsev, and we had our student. His name is Andre. And he's there in Folkecenter. He talked so good about this place. It's where you should go. I said, yeah, Professor Maslikov is nice, but I have my train tonight, and I don't have a visa. I cannot go to Denmark. No. Go meet Andre. And so he was insisting so much. I said, okay. I take a metro, went to see Andre, and Andre said, yeah, you know, Professor Maslikov told so much about you. I'm leaving today to Denmark, and I think you should give me your application and your CV, then, and you will go to Denmark. I say, my Russian visa is expiring in 3 weeks, and and I have my ticket in 5 days to Mali, and you want me to go to Denmark? Yeah, you should not go to Mali. You come to Denmark. You go there. I say, okay. My CV, I don't have CV, I have only my diploma now. So yeah, let's write together. Ibrahim Togola, bachelor degree, master degree, and that all. I think it was 3 lines, I remember. And then, I wrote those 3 lines with him, making English, making my application to prevent migrants, and then gave him, I think. Then I said, okay, I will spend the 3 weeks here. Then next week after, I had my invitation, and then I went to the Danish consulate in St. Petersburg and give all the paper. And the lady said, yeah, it's very nice, but I don't think you will be able to get a visa in 2 weeks' time because your visa is expiring. And then I was with my friend, Russian Volodya. He said, yeah, but we are trying. If you don't receive, then you go back home. Why you don't accept it then? I said, okay, but I can tell you it might not work because it has to be done in Copenhagen. And it takes 4 weeks minimum. And so I was a bit relieved that, okay, now I cannot get it, I go home. And so then my friend was saying, Volodya, no, you give it. And the lady was saying, okay, but you have to pay money. I think it was about $45. This was too much money for me, but I decided to pay, and we went back to the hostel, and then after 1 week, Volodya said, we have to call. He came to me and said, we have to call, and lady said, yeah, I told you that it will not be probable. We send it, we wait, and then the week after, he come again, we call, no answer so far. Then I was stressing now because my visa was expiring in Russia. And then I think 2 days before I was supposed to go to Moscow. And then Volodya said, why don't you call now? I said, Volodya, I go to get my passport. And then I go now, otherwise, you know. And then we went to get to my passport finally. And the lady said, we just get your answer. So your visa is here, and so you can travel. That was 19 May 1998. So then I was very happy, and then so I get here, and in the evening. So I remember this. I think it was kind of extraordinary part of my life, and I spent a great time here. I think Yene, thank you, and thank to Previn, so because that was, I met Maslikov 1999 in Russia to tell him that thank you, because my life could be completely different if I was going directly to Mali and then having this tour. And then from here also I had a chance to be in Finland, where I met my wife, and we are together now almost 22 years. And so that was really fantastic. So all this really thanks to Folkecenter. So when this was in 1990 October 1998. So I was with Jene. That was 2003.
Yeah.
2003. Yes. And Jene visited us, and Previn. So then is my wife here. So. And she was just 2 years in Mali. And so then we had this really great time. All the time I've been continuously here in Denmark. And so then I want to talk a bit about these fantastic initiatives we started with the Folkecenter. We're still going on. So, but I would like to talk a bit about few words about Mali Folkecenter that we started in this nice adventure when Previn get invited with Jene by the Mali president to come to Mali to give us some advice in renewable energy. And since Mali has been really a driver, despite the challenges Mali is traversing today, and we have all renewable energy equipment are exempted from taxes, it's zero tax. VAT is 5%, and I think we have been contributing quite a lot on that in the country. And now this has been a white paper for renewable energy promotion in Mali, and now all West Africa adopted this white paper. And so it means we also learn from here that renewable energy equals peace, is a peaceful energy. So, and for us is to really to contribute to this vision in Mali and in Africa, and where the challenge of sustainable development are solved on innovative and ecological way by proud and confident and prosperous citizens. Because we believe that Africa is a great place, and lot of young people. What we need is really to have young people start trusting themselves and believing in themselves, and contribute to a better world and citizen. So we fix ourselves 4 missions in Mali Folkecenter. Of course, I get training here, and for us, training is a key. So we are receiving a lot of training in Mali and all over West Africa, even Africa. So Tanzania, not yet Uganda, maybe here, but we are receiving training from Tanzania, from South Africa. So on renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, because I was very interested on Rootzone, and climate change and green entrepreneurship. We work also to disseminate information on the challenge and solution of climate change, because our community are very affected, and we believe that renewable energy is a solution to mitigate the climate change impact. And we are also very strong in Mali today and also in Africa on mobilizing and influence the national and international policy in the field of renewables. And then we are also the place where young people, women, can take action and remain inspired, motivated, self-confident. I put some project where you will see that how we are doing that. We have 2 big events every year. It become really a national event on renewable energy. And so we have what we call the environmental forum, and then we have also the innovation, digital and renewable energy entrepreneurship event every year. So these are 2 events where we have a lot of officials coming from all over West Africa, on those 2 events. So we have 3 strategic areas. One, the key is, because that's also our ADN from a Folkecenter, Denmark, is training, advocacy, lobbying, and communication for the emergency of environmental conducive to sustainable development. So we are very strong on that in Mali and Africa. We are part of many intergovernmental organizations, debate and so on in the continents. We promote internal governance to ensure leaderships in the field of renewable energy, climate. So that also we are very strong on governance and policy. For example, we have that no one can be director more than 2 mandates, 5 years. So we, that I'm in charge. So we have also quite a very strong board of directors. And then we have a kind of development support and contribute to implementation of projects. So we are doing quite different projects, influence, decision and so on in the continent. Yeah, this is now coming to the field. This is the first, so I'm there at the end. Then we have Jack down. So we are the 2 co-founders of Mali Folkecenter, and this is our first project with Neil Jepsen. And because Preben and Yene, when they visited Mali in 1998, this is in my village, Tabakoro, and we were very shocked that, there were not electricity. And then the next year, Folkecenter donate that solar 50 watts and 2 classrooms electrifications. I think it's where we started. It's very important. This picture is in my room. So, and I told you young people always that this is the beginning. Yeah. So after the visit of Preben and Yene in Mali, so that and Niels was Jepsen was quite very active, so that we make these installations. So in to show that solar can provide quite a lot. So since then, we with Danish Folkecenter and Dance Commodities, I brought this because this was very important for Yen and for Preben, so to really expand this project. So we have been doing now a few years running this project to improve lives for rural population and assure access to lighting for the schools. 3 areas are concerned by this project: is health centers, public square, and schools with the lantern and also classrooms. So that's 3 we have been doing. We have been doing also 2 others with Lisa and her organizations. Yeah, so there are few I've been putting, to see that, each is a municipality name. So Togola municipality, so, where we have been doing 4 villages there: Biron, Safikoren, Nyanzana, and Kangole. So you have a number of CSCOM is mean health center, public squares, and the schools, and adult literacy, So a number of those have been participating on those. So that Fenkolon, we made 3 villages, health centers, and so on. Then you have Bankumana, Kolokani, and Masigi. Then you have a number of villages there, Colette, Tangayo. So these are all these statistics for each of the electrifications we have been doing with Danish Folkecenter Dance Commodity. Kolokani, that's the number of villages, Kogolu, Gafula, Komi, Gezene. So these are the villages there. And Jalakoroba, then we have 3 villages we've been doing. And Garalo, that's been 3 villages we've been doing. So this is a kind of summary. So you have a total 30 villages we've been doing, 19 health centers, and 19 public squares, 617 people which are boys, and 632 people are girls, and 52 adult literacy. So that's program that we've been doing in from 2017 to 2022. Yeah. So, but we are not doing, it's not just to put a light. For each light program, we have also this young lady. She's an environmental officer of Mali Folkecenter. She get educated in France, in Nantes. She's now with us all these programs. So she's in charge of designing of education programs. And for each of the schools, they have a special training programs for deforestation, reforestation, renewable energy, waste management, and recycling nursery productions. So when we electrify schools, So before giving over, so there are 3 days training with the teacher and the people in the schools. So to really give this understanding, to the peoples. So it's not just we put a light and we go, but when we put a light and there's this also, it go together with these environmental programs. Yeah, so I wanted to also put few light that about Danish Folkecenter Dance Commodity project. We have also other environmental programs in Mali Folkecenter that I put together here few light. And this is a program we call ARCEL, is trees for sustainable economic and development. Yeah, and local development, because we see the tree a kind of economic value, and which are very important, because for in Africa, the first thinking when you get sick, you go to get a forest to get some leaves or some roots or some, and then also is about what we sell in the market and so on. But at the moment, we the environmental education, especially with youth, we have a lot of tree cutting. Is not so well visible. Sometimes in the forest you will find hundreds of hectares which are just been cutting away. So when you are passing the village, you think that they are big forests, but when you go inside, you find that in the middle they almost took everything. So so they are not replanting. So there are not even possibility for the forest to regenerate. So that we are working in this program how to do that. So the way to do that, because many women need income, so they sell firewood, because 70% of our energy consumption is coming from the firewood. So it means in order to support to forest, so you need to support those young women so they can have other income. So with you see there one small windmill there, so is 2.5 kilowatts, and then we depending on the windy area, so we do some wind and solar combined, and to really put water, and so that they have a big basin of 20 cubic meters. So at night, and when they come in the morning, so they will find that the water is full. In the daytime, they can also get water from the sunshine. So that's what we do this in this village. They have 3 hectares, and in these 3 hectares they can do the gardening. So they get income from here. So then they will not cut forest. And then this also they have a place for animals. So when the water goes there also, so in the morning, so the animal can get a water. So with the wind is there, and you have a solar. So you combine those together in some cases when it's appropriate. Yeah, when it's not appropriate, then you don't. It's depending on the area. So that is also in some of our places. That is a kind of nursery. That we develop, and then is women and youth do that, so then they can also have additional income from that. So this is a big part of our project in the southern and eastern part of Mali, and then we have every year we have the plantation activities. We starting from July to August. So and we give I think we have per year some 10 to 15,000 seedlings that we are supporting every year, based on valuables, local indigenous trees that we do. Yeah. Then we also promote the beekeepings. So that's part of our, that. And then we have some fonio, which I don't know the name, is a kind of indigenous cereals. Facilitate the process, and also supporting the traditional medicines promotion, because based on leaves, they are hunters, so they are very good advocate for environmental issues, and also some cashew promotions. And then here is a shea butter in those areas. So my wife has been very active on this project, so that to really get women to valorize the local cosmetics, and shea butter is a big forest product and very important for us in our economy. So we've been doing quite a lot of that. So this is another gardenings, and this has what Mali Folkecenter has been working now in the last 5 years on catfish pond, but outside. It's a small one in the garden. So when women are doing gardening, so on a shadow, they can have, I think it's about 80, 90 centimeters by 2 meters. And then on a shadow, then they can have a catfish. And then, then they can grow there. And if the water is dirty, then they can use those dirty water to do that as a give to the plant and put in new water and so on. So then it allows them to increase their income. Yeah. So So then this is a project we started. It's a project we started last year with the Swedish cooperation. It's called the Innovation Program to Digitalizations, Green Jobs, and Renewable Energy, and Climate Resilience program. So it's a very important program. There we are really supporting the young entrepreneurs. Yeah. So it's every year we are doing, Mali Folkecenter is doing call for proposals and choose the 40 best projects. And among those 40 best projects, 15 are financially co-funded with the bank. We have 5 banks in Mali. Our parts have to come as a grant, but the bank part have to come as a loans. It's really to upscale the project. And then 25 remaining are the startups that we put for the program to have a business plan, travel exchange, and so on. So the business model can be stronger, and then they can get financing themselves. So the 15 are always 15 base get a directly financing, which go from 9,000 euro, if you consider equivalent, to about 25,000 euros. Yeah, for 15 projects like that. And and then the rest are developing business plan, facilitating, exchanging what are the bottlenecks. So that's is quite important. It's really run till 2025, this program, and it's allow also to create the relation between bank, and all have to be sustainable. That's why I'm interested in waste. Waste is one big problem. So many are coming with waste, but they want to convert waste on something which is also waste, but not those really to really solve the problems in more sustainable way. And so we have 5 offices in the country, from west to the center part of the country, where this project is active. Yeah, so I think we had quite is going quite numbers of support already, and that we are doing. So yeah, okay. So now we come to end. That's our contribution. I think that was just before I leave. We had a meeting in our board meeting. So we, decided that we want to have this year. I think we get a lot of support from you. So this year we want to electrify 2 schools and 2 health centers and make it 1,000 local trees. And you will have a map of that. And that all this will be Preben Maikar and Yana Kroza in Mali. Yes, that will be before the end of the year. Yeah, so that, and then that will be, that's something we would like to do. And one will be in the western part of Mali, and another one will be in the northern part of Mali. And then that will be to really create, we today in Mali Folkecenter, we are about 52 people, young people. And we have a very young director, Mamadou. He wanted to come, but he could not make it because of, the rainy is a difficult time in Mali now, because rainy season is now. So we have to make all the planning and so on that for the rest of the year. And so I think we are very lucky to have also that we get from here. Most important is to have a dynamic and enthusiastic young people and good environment. I think is what we have been really able to create. And we had an anecdote with the Borne Fonden, who was in Mali active. We are very close, visiting each other with a Borne Fonden. And then once the director came to me and said, Ibrahim, can you tell me your secret? Because I've been here in Mali some time, and one of the challenge many people told me is to keep the staff, because when the staff are good, they go to UN, they go to different organizations. How are you managing to keep your key staff all this time? I said, yeah, but I just make them that they are responsible and they see the impact of what they are doing, and they are happy in their environment. And I think we have been quite really, since we started, we have some people with us, and they are really very good. They can get 2-3 times more salary somewhere else than being with us, but they all consider that this organization belongs to them, and it is their Mali Folkecenter, it's not really Ibrahim. And so it makes that, you know, we have organization who has maybe 10 times more budget or 100 times than we do. So I think, but they really, you know, our people find that this environment is important, and we are receiving students almost all over Mali, and many places in West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, so people are coming. So I think that we want to really thank very much Folkecenter for giving us that opportunity and the trust, and we are happy that we are part of this community, and thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you to Ibrahim Togola. Will there be some answer or comments? Please, Lise.
Anja and I were at Nordic Folkecenter in 2018, and November 2018, Anja? Yeah. We were there, we were very impressed with what we saw. It was a great visit. We went to this village Bankamana just to see the local microgrid and how it worked. But on the way there, on the road, we passed 3, 4, 5 abandoned projects paid for by American church groups of something, the rising sun of the southwest Oceania or whatever. Strange small groups that want to do an impact in Mali to improve lives. They had built a house, they had a solar PV system, they had a garden with plants, and then somebody falls out of happiness with their own project and it is abandoned. So like several of these, right out to the main road. Big signs, church of something, put this here. And then they left, I guess. So you were there for 25 years.
Yes.
And you're still there.
Yes,
I like that. Yeah. It's a much better plan. You might try to find the owners of those places and say, could you donate that to a better use?
Exactly.
So you can make use of it. Because they're just doing nothing.
Yes.
This is about doing something.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lise. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
When you're growing tree seedlings and planting them out in different places, what is the success percentage of these trees? How many get to 5 years old, say?
I will say in general 30%. Yeah. Yes, in general 30%. It depends very much of the of how you prepare, because there are a lot of tree planting. Maybe 80% of the tree planting in at least in our part of the world is for show. You know, the minister is coming, the director is coming, then the same day they take the seedlings, regardless the variety of the trees, and they come to make a hole same day, and then put seedlings the same day and go, and they're gone. And each tree has its own specificity. Each tree depends on which type of soil it needs. And when we are doing the seedlings, so already the plant we are doing now, beginning of rainy season, July, so all the holes are ready since May. They've been putting the compost in a school in it. They've been really preparing it, depending on the trees. If it's a baobab, you have to have 1.5 meter deep. And if it's a caicedra, 1.5 meters. But if it's a mango, maybe 50 centimeters. So depending, you know, because the roots You need to, and you have a compost, you have the soil, you prepare everything. Then when you come after to take it out to put it, then you have 80% chance that this tree will, because the rain will go to our place till November, and then you have a cold season from December to February. So then it has almost 6-7 months to really develop, get a new leaves, and then pass a hot season, you know, which will be from March to next July, and the temperature of 45, 46, and no rain and animal aggressions. So when you do that, then you have a chance. But most of the big tree planting, which are more for show, I think maximum 30%. So you need to be prepared. Yes, yes.
And most of the trees that you're planting are in connection with schools?
In school, with the women groups, with those women groups, and with some other NGO we know who want to have local tree spaces, and then they work with us. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring to hear
Thank you.
what you're doing in Mali.
Thank you.
So in the beginning you mentioned that you have a particular focus, well, on pupils and young people, but also on women.
Yes.
Can you say just a few words on what is it you're doing in terms of motivating and engaging women in your application?
You know, our one of the key economic support in the Sahel are the women, because they are the one who have to, you know, the main job in our culture. I'm a Bambara person, but in most of West Africa, the main job is a rainy season to get a seed and to get a corn on the storage. Yeah. So the woman is the one who have to cook, one who have to take care of children, pay the school fees, and many, you know, actually 80% of the expenses of the family around the woman, and they are very influential. But even if on a shadow, you know, but quite influential. And so that means also the many environmental threats, because they have to really to get wood for themselves, and selling is also women activity. So when you do environment, so what we also we are doing electrification. When you do electrification, you know, when each woman in a family is taking care of the light for her children for the schools, yeah. So, but when you put light, also you have a challenge, because then the house you put a meter, so the husband have to be the one to pay the meter. But sometimes they don't do it because they are not used to earn. A man can be 1 week in a community in Mali without having 1 krona in his pocket. It's fine. But a woman cannot be 1 week without money with her, because she's spending money. Yeah. So that's a situation that for us in our activity, we have a women group working with us on all environmental education. So they are the key on that, and we organize them on cooperatives, or their existing cooperatives already. And so then we provide them what they need. For example, they cannot have a land. Land right is main, so you have to negotiate a land, so they can have a right land. When they have a land right, then you install, you prepare all the solar panels, drill to get the water 40, 50, 60 meter deep, so that they can do the gardening, and they can do the saving. You bring the microfinance organization, so they can cooperate together with them. And then with that, you pass the different messages and for the community. So tree plantings, processings, and yeah, and then beyond education of schools, electrification, because the battery have to be replaced, and then usually it's a woman who replaces the battery, and with a teacher. So each school links to a women group of the village, and because they are very active in schools. It's not that the men are not doing anything; they are doing something, but the really economy of the areas is many, at least in the Sahel, because Africa is wide, very wide, and it's different because there are many Africa. In our part, the economic power in the Sahel is really the women. Yeah. So, and then the children is also a very important part because they has a big majority. And now we have 3 solar training schools in Mali. We provide technician with certificates. And so those are, you know, I didn't put that here, but we have a very strong training programs. That's why we put training everywhere, because we have quite strong training programs in Mali. For the young student, we have a MOU signed with the Ministry of Employment and vocational training. So today we are working in a project to Jack, who was here, I think Jack Alia was here 2 times. He's a co-founder with me. So he's the head of our training programs, renewable energy training program. Now we are working to how to standardize the renewable energy training in all Malian vocational training schools. So we had a MOU with ministry, because they are very different capacities. So we'll train the trainers, so that will make exact models. It's like, you know, we also elaborate the manuals, how to take into consideration the environmental protection in Malian municipality plans. So that was also, the roadmap was elaborated by us in Mali Folkecenter. So the minister wanted us to do the same for the training on renewable energy in vocational schools. Yeah, so that's what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you to Ibrahim Togola.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And then we will invite Lise Nielson to talk to us.
You need this machine.
Tænker du her? Og det er til optageren? been fitted with all the electronics. So if you're ready, I would like to start again. And I foresaw this. Give people 2 seconds and everybody will start talking about something else. So I would like you all to concentrate your attention on the event of the 40-year anniversary of the Folkecenter. Yesterday we had a hurrah in the Danish section, so I think we should have a hurrah in the international section too. So in Denmark we have a tradition, you have a threefold hurrah and then a very long hurrah.
Okay.
So do you want, anybody needs an instruction first? Because we could have the Danish people do it once. Or we can just jump into it. Are you ready?
Yes.
Ready. Yeah. So I will say hip hip and you all yell hurrah, right?
So we raise up.
Yeah.
Stay up.
Get up. Yeah. Folkecenter længe leve. Hip hip hurrah! Hip hip hurrah! Hip hip hurrah! And then the long one. Hurrah! Hey, good job. So, my name is Lise Nielson. I worked here for several years before I had a new job in Oslo for the Nordic Energy Research. It's a year and a half ago. This is an introduction to what that is. The Nordics have decided to be the most green, most sustainable, most integrated region in the world to show that you can cooperate across borders with your neighbors and be better for it. That's good for everybody. So how do you do that? Actually, Nordic Energy Research is almost as old as Folkecenter. Well, at least the program behind it is almost as old. The Nordic Council of Ministers is a unique group in the world where there is a strong cooperation between the countries and they put money into developing laws and rules that they will all follow together. So it's not, it's like a micro EU, but older. We have examples like the passport union. You can travel freely in the Nordic countries. This has been since the 50s, I think, for a very long time. Other examples exist, like the seed bank at Svalbard, where all the seeds of plants in the world are being stored at Arctic temperatures for the future. Nordic Energy Research works in all the energy types relevant for modern life. So smart energy systems, meaning data-driven controls, data-driven predictions of the need for tomorrow and how to make all things operate efficiently. Sustainable energy, clearly, to develop better energy production. Green transport, because we have to not use fossils for transportation. This is a big, difficult step. Energy markets, to have fair markets. All of this is useless if people don't think they're paying a fair price or don't understand the bill, which is a big issue. You have to trust that the system is fair because ultimately citizens pay everything. Energy and society means also that people agree that there's developed an understanding of what we need and what type of energy system we need and where to put it. This will take up some space somewhere. How should that work? Education is also part of that. And then the EU-Nordic collaboration is of course important. And with Brexit, it turns out that the Nordic community makes a bridge between the EU-Europe and the western side of Europe towards the Arctic and towards the UK. Scotland has tried to join the Nordic Energy Research family because they're like, we don't like Brexit either. So they might be in it. We have cooperation with the Shetland Islands because they're like, we don't even like the mainland. It's fun, it's interesting. So these are the main focus points. A green Nordic region, sustainable, circular, bio-based. This means biodiversity has priority. Not that we should use biomass for energy, because that's probably a bad idea. It's not really sustainable as it is. Competitive, well, the money and the drive has to come from somewhere. We also need to be competitive outside of the Nordic region, so that This drives a business and drives an economy at the same time. One of the best points of that is that the less energy you use, the less energy you waste, the better will your economical growth be. This is logic, but not altogether easy to achieve. Most countries have a direct connection between their economical growth and their energy consumption growth. But that's not necessary. It can be completely decoupled if you plan ahead for not wasting. Denmark has done that for 40 years and has saved energy. On an average of 1% of energy consumption for 40 years, that means a lot of, since we can do it, anybody could do better, basically. Denmark needs heat because of the wind and the cold to maintain a daily life. Other countries should also be able to not waste energy. Sustainable, socially sustainable means also that we can't, in the name of green, we can't let go of culture, languages, education, work-life balance, everything else. All of that has to be fulfilled at the same time. Biodiversity has to be fulfilled, and animal nature has to be fulfilled. You can't ruin it. Lots of Nordic objectives. There are many Nordic offices for something, anything from children's literature to environmental protection. So the 4 focus objects for us is the carbon neutrality. That's energy research obviously is responsible for a lot of carbon neutrality in the future. International cooperation, yes, is given by the design, not just Nordic, but also beyond the Nordics because we have neighbors. Nordic Energy Research pays for a lot of energy research in the Baltic countries because they don't have because they're part of the region, the Baltic Sea region. But also to welcome them into the Nordic family, because obviously the alternative is Russia, and that's not really an alternative these days. So the Baltic countries have a lot of cooperation for education and for energy research and other areas that is paid for by the Nordic region. Innovation, always a good thing. And inclusive transition means that it is important that everybody that solutions will actually fit also in the remote regions, or for not just for people who can afford it, but for everybody. And also that it is fair that companies, businesses, public administration they pay their part. They're not free or don't have first choice for an energy demand. So, Nordic Energy Research is important in gathering the Nordic actors for common interest. And we are the Nordic family, the Nordic Council of Ministers and the different organizations are the only ones with a Nordic focus because everything else is EU or national in our part of the world. Then it becomes very nice and lots of little things, very complicated very fast because these are the organizations that put money into our project and programs. One from each country, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and then the Faroe Islands, which is a part of the Kingdom of Denmark, have their own national seat, so to speak. So in this regard, they now count as a country. Greenland would like to count as a country, but it's not ready yet. One of the problems is that the other countries are like, yeah, but they are actually still Danish. Does that mean you have 2 or 3 votes from Denmark, but you just call it Greenland and Faroe Islands, and so this has to be figured out? No, then Denmark will have to let go of a seat and have 1 less vote to give space. But this is being figured out. For a normal call for funding, hey, we would like some hydrogen projects. Each of these countries put in 10 million Norwegian kroner. So Denmark, Finland, Norway and Sweden put in 10 million each, but Iceland only puts in 2 because they're a much smaller country. And Faroe Islands puts in 50,000 because they're the size of the 18th largest town in Denmark by citizens. It's a small place. Lots of other European projects. We participate in the COP, annual COP meetings. and run many other things. These are the type of programs that we operate. This one I would like to, apparently I will not like to speak about that, I pushed the button. But the Nordic, the PhD and research mobility program is interesting for people who work at universities. Often you need to have a summer school, you would really like to have other students with the same field of interest that your project. You're supposed to do that and create networks of interest. You're supposed to find the other, build a critical mass of knowledge. But that costs money. And somehow the money are never there at the university. So yes, you can travel and work at a really interesting 3 months in Aalborg University. Maybe you come from Stavanger or from Finland or someplace, but it costs you money, cool cash. So you can apply for that money here to make it possible to travel. Or organize a summer school and have all the students come here. The Folkecenter could do that with Aalborg University or somebody else, and make an interesting pay for the cost of operating something and planning it, the teachers, whatever. So all of that is something you can apply for to make things actually possible. This picture here, this is the world energy use in total. This might have gone up a little bit since this picture was made, but 480 exajoules is very big. 16 terawatt years per year of energy use is a big number. Even if it's 17 now, it's still just a big number. This is the annual consumption of energy for human activity. These are the energy resources as they were estimated at the time. You have some finite energy sources. The total reserve here is oil, uranium, petroleum of different types, natural gas. This is not really, they are known reserves, but they're not really available unless you really want to destroy a mountain or something. These are the renewables. Wind is plenty with the very nice wave energy, because wave energy is predictable, and that's why we still want wave energy to work. You could make an argument that the renewable energy transformation is not over until wave energy works. And I would like to see that. Ocean thermal energy conversion is something most people don't know. I bet none of you answered that in the questionnaire at lunch yesterday, but you can answer that today. It means that the temperature difference from the Gulf Stream and to the colder water next to it, or from one side of Hawaii to the other side of Hawaii, you can make energy power production from the temperature difference. So this is a cool thing, but very few people, they use it in Hawaii in one place just to show they can do it. But it's a cool thing that you can. There are other types of renewables, and of course they all, biomass. I think this number is probably too high. Is because if it's waste biomass, it's okay to use it. If it would have been wasted anyway, but sometimes you need it to waste into natural fertilizer. That's not a waste. There are issues with the biomass consumption. Also land use from biomass consumption. Hydro, thing is with hydro, you cannot expand the known hydro power places, because that would destroy nature in a bad way. The last ones built were very contended because they destroyed beautiful nature. So you can maybe upgrade a little bit, but not much. What you can do is you can do pumped hydro. You can pump up water when there's an excess of cheap energy, and you then make it run down to balance. That's what they do on Faroe Islands. Geothermal, a very nice source of energy. If you have hot, down below there are lava, they are hot, the globe is hot in the middle. Some places are accessible for heat enough to drive a turbine and create electricity, or at least to create heat for housing or other purposes. And tidal is actually a very nice and well-known and stable energy source. Sometimes it's difficult to get to, but there are resources, local resources, and they are available. So that makes, this was the consumption annual, this is the resources available. And then there's the solar energy resource annually. We should be good. We don't need to use the finite fossil sources. And Thomas Edison said in 1931, I hope we don't have to wait until oil and coal runs out before we tackle using the sun and the renewables. Don't you hate to be wrong, Edison? This is just plain stupid. That, you know, why wait to do the change? It makes no sense. But we're not running out of energy. That's not the issue. We don't have an energy crisis. We have an energy distribution crisis, or energy security of supply crisis, or cost of energy crisis, but we don't have an energy crisis. We have plenty. We might have a clean drinking water crisis coming up, but that can be fixed with energy, and we don't have an energy crisis. So it's a question of wanting to do it. The Brundtland project, I love this project because it answered for the industrialized world how to do this. In 1987, the Brundtland report came out. It says we have to reduce European energy consumption CO2 emissions by 50% before year 2000, or the world as we know it will disappear. So people are like, okay, let's say you're right. That sounds a little dramatic. Of course, the planet will maintain, but maybe the habitat will disappear for humans. And maybe year 2000 was a little early, but it's looking great to be a prediction for year 2100, which is bad news for everybody in the room. So they had a volunteer, a small town called Toflund in South Denmark, South Jutland. Okay, we'll try to do that. They had 4 years, and they combined commercially available products and behavioral change for the people living there. To be aware of the energy consumption, to reduce it, to do changes, to monitor it, to document it. And they reached a total of 42% in the project period and 46% in the year after, with commercially available technology of the 91 to 94. Anybody in Europe can do this with 40-year-old technology, 30-year-old technology. This is not hard, you just have to decide to do it. Of course, you cannot everybody do it at the same time because you need people to install, you need factories to produce, you need to move things, but you can do it. Energy savings is, the IEA, Fatih Birol, who is the director of the International Energy Agency, he said last year, energy savings is a primary source of energy. That's a good way of putting it. For the energy value chain, there's a 30% loss. There's also a 30% loss in the clothing sector and a 30% loss in the food chain. All of that is just waste. And then most of it is completely wasted, not even recycled or somehow turned into something at the end station. But they did it and people liked it. Nobody had any harm. Nobody went freezing in the winter or anything. It was easy. It was upgrading the local district heating to heat and power. It was part of the first solar project, Solar 300 project. And then they expanded from the first 30 roofs. And they, light bulb awareness, awareness of insulation of your house, do things. So this graph is maybe a little dense, but from that time of the project time, their energy consumption was almost to the half. And what happened since? Well, we had the IT bubble in the late 90s, you had the zeros with let's spend more money politics. And growth has grown, and energy consumption has grown. We have no real numbers for where are they today, but most likely the consumption went up. In Denmark today, since the millennium turn, we all had more of these, all kinds of screens, which were not a part of the energy mix of the consumption at the time. Today, in an average Danish household, 60% of the consumption goes to screen. So that's new consumption in 23 years.
Telephone chargers, iPads, TVs, everything is up and running all the time. It's never turned off, the computer is never turned off because you have to wait 2 seconds when you open it up in the morning. Not even at work, everything is on. It might go into sleep mode, but it's on. It has a basic consumption all the time. And you all know it gets warm, right? When you overuse it. This finger has a problem because when I use my phone too much, it gets warm, then this finger actually hurts because of all the heat from my phone. You know, that's wasted electricity turns to heat. All of these little things, what are they? They put the chargers, all the transformers, they get warm because they are not designed to be efficient, they are designed to be cheap. And that means they are part, for a passive house, you count them because they contribute to the heat indoors. So yeah, that's where you might reuse the electricity, but it's a very inefficient way of making heat. What if everybody else had done the same thing? We would have had a 40% or some high number less energy consumption in Denmark. I try to say this in Norway or Sweden, and they're like, they don't they don't hear it. They're not interested, and their excuse is, well, we have big industrial production of aluminum or silicon or iron or something else. We make cars. You don't do that in Denmark. Like all energy consumption in Denmark is houses. Well, that's not true. 1/3 is industry, 1/3 is housing, private sector, and 1/3 is transportation, more or less, in Denmark. Counting farming as industry or housing, right? And yes, they have only maybe 20% for housing instead of 30%, and the industry is bigger. But that's no excuse for doing something with the 20%. The 10% savings would still get them on the right side of the 1990 and the COP agreements. It's wasted for nothing. There are some low-hanging fruits. People are not fooled easily by all these green promises for companies. We want to make sure, this is one of the Millennium Targets, the 17 global goals, and people don't want to be lied to. If they're paying extra because this is green, if I have to fly somewhere, you can pay 11 kroner to offset the CO2 emissions. Do you believe that? Would you pay the 11 kroner? It has to be true. People are happy, they're willing to pay. We heard yesterday people would want 92,000 PV units for homeowners. In a few years, everybody loves it. People want to be part of this, and they want to pay from pocket if they have the money. And want to be part of the change. A lot of people who are 50 years or older they have the money. 60 years older have the money in Denmark. They're the rich people. Fun fact, people who are older than 60 years old in Denmark have 60% of the monthly volume of money to spend. And there are usually 1 or 2 people in a household. So they want to invest in clean technologies for the future. They want to be able to answer to their grandchildren, what did you do when you still had time to do something? I know some guy who says, my granddaughter wants to come, we want to go on vacation to the Maldives while this still exists, before the water rises, but she will not fly there if it's fossil. So he has entered into a business agreement with Shell, the oil company, to create gasification for waste and biomass and other resources of producing green fuel, so that he can go on vacation with his granddaughter. That's his raison d'être. New energy, infrastructure ownership, zero energy houses, plus energy houses. Germany does a lot in this. Some of you are staying in such a house. It's not difficult. But central utilities will then lose a customer. The municipality has to approve it. The funny thing is, we all own those central utilities as citizens, but nobody, it's a very big passivity that I don't understand. If you have an energy production on your own in your own ownership, you are a prosumer. You can actually say, I will try to fit my consumption to the production of my solar unit or my heat pump or whatever it is. Lots of energy saving products exist. We like it when the EU go in and say, there is now a regulation, you cannot produce something that is just plain wasting energy. But we don't, they are behind, like the chargers. What about taking away the standby consumption of a lot of things? Why not prohibit the cooker for your tea, for your hot water? There's on the market, there's a cooker that will maintain 90 degrees throughout the day. And it's uninsulated, you will burn your hands if you touch it. How is that a legal product? I don't get it. It even has a little blue light when it's ready, all the time. The kitchen is blue. We could argue you should stop putting money into R&D and just use what already exists. Because it existed in 91, it probably is even better now, and that would do the trick. So why do we pay for R&D? There is a thing here that is important too. Decentralized solutions. This is from IEA in 2022, 2023. The newest report about the Millennium Goal 7, energy efficiency, and it says that a little more than half of people gaining access to electricity. This is Mali. This is the plan until 2030 to have more people be electrified. More than half of the people will be through decentralized solutions, like access to electricity, mini-grids, standalone systems based on renewables. This is the IEA expectation. And only the most remote users will still not have electricity by 2030, but this is a major aim. Just to say that my father made a presentation yesterday, you can do the local grid, because why wait? It's not coming. We waited 50 years already. It's not coming to the remote areas, the rural areas. But it should always be planned for the day when the grid will catch up because of economical growth in the main cities. The perimeter should be ready to then be part of the main grid, or have some sort of agreement on how to pay. Then there needs to be a preparation for that day. Already in 2018 at the conference, 1/3 of global investments in grid was in off-grid microgrid. So this is a huge boom area. There's a big business in this type of operations. We have a call out now to say, okay, the whole world is changing. We need to figure out how to work together in the Nordics for our energy mix in the future. It has to be fair and cheap for everybody, it has to be accessible for everybody, it has to be renewable. That's a trilemma. It also has to be answers for tomorrow. It also has to be nature inclusive, and it also has to be sustainable for remote energy systems. This also has to work in a village in Greenland, which is the same as saying if it works in Greenland, it will also work in Mali, or in Australia in the outback, or in Canada in the north, or in the mountaintop in Norway, because those are remote, they're off-grid. This is the call if somebody wants to go back and check. The fun fact that Faroe Islands are part of as a full country here. It has to be good for everybody or for main section of the Nordics. This is where I want to switch a little bit. So I have to go over here. Hvor mange minutter har jeg? I just want to show you something cool. Yeah. Skal vi have den her vækket? And this is an interactive part. Do it again. What would you like to have happen? So why is it not screen sharing? just do it again. Make it screen share. Accept. Because this is, I love technology, this is cool technology. I'll just make it enhance a little bit. So, for the Faroe Islands over here, they have tidal as a thing. They are investing 100%. I think they're the only ones in the world doing it. It's a tiny country of 51,000 people. They have 3 tidal streams, and interestingly enough, they're never synchronized. They're always against each other. Which means that the sum of them is a constant, which is cool. So they are putting tidal wave energy converters into each stream, and in a design that allows a blue whale, a major whale, to sail through without harming anything, because big whales will pass. And then they also put in pumped hydro, they put in solar, they put in wind, they put in everything they could think of to make everything 100% green by 2030, including as much of the fishery sector and the transportation, which means sailing, as possible. So they're just going ahead. Greenland has a 100% ambition too. Nordic Folkecenter has a project to say, okay, so if you want to be green, you need skilled workers who knows what that means. If you're going to work in the Arctic, it's a different type of technology than if it's in Denmark. But it's also off-grid. And Iceland and Faroe Islands, we would like to hear more about that project, because our people should do the same. So there's an obvious option for expansion of the project. The Danish underground goes here into the North Sea. The Norwegian underground is somewhere around here. Then you have the UK and Scotland over here. Out here, you have the oil wells, natural gas fields. But they also offer the option of pumping down CO2. So you're going to have a pipe from here pumping into the underground to take CO2 out of a fossil-fired or biomass-fired plant and pump it down. Thing is, this is also where we will have energy islands. One would be here, there's one on Bornholm. There will be cables that connects everything. This is a mess. There will be underground cables to have all of that electric power from all of these energy islands, all of that consumption to pump CO2 down. The sub-seabed of the North Sea will be a landscape of pipes and lines. Somebody has to protect that from evil ideas. And it's a huge development area for technology. Then the interesting part is all that power production out here. Up here you would have floating wind power, because it's deeper and it's also not flat. The North Sea here, the Danish part of the North Sea, is flat. You can put things, you can put the cable. All of that high electricity that will be produced has to be, well, the thing is, they will install much more than the daily consumption, because on an annual average, there will be hours of every year when there is no wind and no solar at the same time anywhere in Europe. So you cannot rely on renewables like that to produce anything you need. And consumers will not be happy to be turned off, to have blackouts like that. So you need to find a way to produce enough that you can store. There's a loss when you store. You have to accept that loss until better technology exists. One of the ideas is to make power to X. X can be aluminum production, it can be drinking water production, it can be hydrogen, methanol, all kinds of things. There's a whole list of X, what that might be. And that has to come ashore. People have to live next to an electrolyzer facility. Do you want to live next to a hydrogen storage? Well, is it safe? All these questions arise. People will be like, not in my backyard. NIMBY effect. There's also an effect called banana. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anybody. That will not work. This is where the just transition comes into play, and the social acceptance. You have to educate people They have to be able to have their concerns addressed and feel safe. But you also, when that step is done, you also want to have access to renewable where you live. You don't want to live up here and say, oh no, well, we have to have diesel shipped in every day. Then you're not part of the green transition anymore. That's also not just, even though you don't have a big new plant with a renewable technology behind it. So at some point we have to imagine into the future what it will look like, and then you have to overcome the resistance to get there. Also an interesting thing, CO2 is now a limited resource for development. There's not enough CO2 available. You're like, that sounds strange. The CO2 levels is the issue. The temperature is rising because the CO2 level is too high and rising. We are currently at +6 in Denmark. We're not at 1.5 or 2. We are much worse. The water will rise a minimum of 2.5 meters if nothing is done. The hope is that all this technology and all this change behavior will make us go down towards this 22nd century, so that at the end of this century we will be back down at +1 or +2 or something. But we will have to accept that we are overshooting the target or undershooting, whichever way you look at it. This is bad for the habitat of people. This might be the new normal, the weather, which is bad because it's too dry. The nature is not designed for this. Humans will survive, but we will have to fight. All of that is bad. So, CO2 is a limited resource. Why? Because we are turning off the fossil power plants, which are excellent sources of in the chimneys, are high on CO2. It's easy to catch it and use it for adding the hydrogen with the CO2. Then you have methanol, or you can make liquids that you can use for transportation, or you can store the liquid for later energy production. That we need to store the energy. But if there is no CO2 source, you can't do that. It's mind-boggling, right? So Greenland has enormous hydropower capacity because the icebergs are melting. If they can harness all that power, then they could make hydrogen, yes. This is from thin air or from water. You just do it. But they need to catch the CO2 to make the storage. They have nowhere to put the hydrogen. Nobody in Greenland can use it for much. There's no industry of that size. So they are looking at new things. You can grow algae and make algae into biomass CO2 sources or bio-oils. They also found out that 70 meters into the ocean, there's the world's largest biomass source of small ocean animals of different types. Maybe they could be harvested without bad effects on the biomass. So there are new solutions to all these problems all the time. And it's interesting. What you thought was right is now wrong. What you thought was wrong is now right. And we have to, as renewable energy people, we have to accept that our minds have to change and be ahead of the negative answers, and not be part of the negative answers ourselves by insisting on something that is suddenly a new technology makes that not true. We have to stay. The open door, the debate yesterday. Actually, the open door was designed for a nice world where people wouldn't misuse their power. Could you please put in some offshore wind? Yes, that's a good idea. Then too many people bid, and turns out this is a really good commercial bid. This is money for the big people. And EU says, well, that's actually illegal state aid. You're giving them too good a deal. It's not legal. It's also you're cheating yourself as citizens of Denmark, because you're giving it away. The Norwegian pension fund is the second largest private fund in the world because they didn't give away the oil in their underground like we did originally. Why would we give it away again? So the open door had to stop, but a new kind of door has to open, where now there's 20% ownership from the Danish state. At least we will get something back, since we are paying for the transformers and the cables, because we are all doomed to do so if we want to be connected to the grid and have electricity. Then you pay the tariffs. So we are paying it. Why shouldn't we get 20% back? So that's why open doors should be closed. Thank you. That was my, things change all the time. You cannot, Sorry, but we have to keep learning.
Thank you so much. Lise Nielson will be with us the whole day today and the whole day tomorrow. And maybe also Saturday.
Friday, yeah, tomorrow, yeah. And Friday, Saturday probably too. I want to go and see Østerild very much.
So thank you so much. So we are 1/4 behind the program, so it means that 2:15 we will meet here again. So please go for the lunch. That will be in the kitchen, and you can sit outdoors or indoors or here. You yourself find out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Det var virkelig godt.
Jeg kan ikke nå alt det, jeg gerne vil. Jeg kan ikke nå alt det, jeg gerne vil.
overtale du lige med Ole. Han lige bagved dig. Det finder vi lige ud af.
Ja.
Og det er Tony, der kører dig.
Det lyder godt.
Holder dig til Tony.
Ja, det er jo godt.
So let us come on. People are still outdoors, right? They come in. Yeah. But we could start now, right? Then the people will come and be with us. So welcome to Gitte Davidsen that will make a presentation for us about all the United Nations goals, the 17 goals. So Gitte, please, you are there. Yeah.
So, virker den? So, dear Folkecenter members and dear guests from near and far, and also very far, and dear Jane,
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about this subject, and thank you for being such a good, fantastic leader for Folkecenteret and for us every day of the week and every second of the day.
Thank you.
And I'm going to talk about sustainable welfare, society based on UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And maybe I should say it's a private thing. I have been in a car accident recently, so and there I must not look at the screen. So it was a challenge to make this presentation with closed eyes or half eyes open. So then a question, what is a sustainable welfare society? And I think many of you already have talked about it. And do any of you have some suggestions? What is a sustainable welfare society? No suggestions. Okay. Yeah, Ruth.
This is a question.
Yes.
A sustainable welfare society is a society that has all the basic needs and has the enabling environment to develop further.
Yeah. Thank you.
May I repeat?
Yeah.
A sustainable welfare society, I think, is a society with the basic needs and with an enabling environment for them to develop further.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Now you made my presentation, so yeah. Yeah. The most important thing, you cannot say it shortly what a sustainable welfare society is, but if I should try, I will see it's a society that meets the present needs without harming the future generation. And it combines the social justice, economy stability, and environmental sustainability. And that should be done through responsible use of resources and inclusion. And that means leave no one behind. And the things leave no one behind is very much what the Sustainable Goals is about. but it's not easy. And there's reasons for that. For example, let's look at the growth of population from about year 1 BC and up till now. There has been an explosion in the population of human, and we're still on the same one planet. About 1 BC, we were approximately about 200 million people, and that had developed for thousands of years. Of course, then the life length were shorter, and the death of newborn were higher, and there were no medicines and doctors. And then something happened here. And it developed more quickly, and then try to look of the last 23 years here. So that's a big part of the reason why the Earth have difficult. And it even continues to grow. Not so fast anyway. The graph will decline. But we are not managing our resources and the planet in a sustainable way. So there will be a problem with this way. And the reason is, have you heard of Earth Overshoot Day? Yeah. And if we look at this map for it, we can see some countries already have used all the resources in like February. And here we see Denmark and the northern countries here, Sweden, Finland, and some of the other, German and France, and some of the other European countries here. And then, for example, you have Colombia here, and Indonesia here. So I don't have to explain that. But that means that when here in 1970, the year I was born, everything was okay. And then it went down. I don't think there's so much interaction in that. But anyway, and now we need 1.7 Earth. If we look globally on it. But in 1970, we could live with a consumption that was only for 1 Earth. And the reason is also because, a big part of the reason is because of since this year, we have doubled our population of human. And in the time we have also pressed delete to other population, not human, also human, but animals. Some of the population of animals is gone, and when they're gone, they never come back.
So, Gitte, there is one person that wants to give a remark. Is that okay?
The description what the offshoot is, I don't know, and ask Jørgen, he don't know. So, explain what is the offshoot day, I don't know.
Yes. It's a calculation that is made that mark the day when human has consumed all the resources that the earth can generate in a sustainable way. And that means from the day the overshoot day is, then when you have passed this day, then you like living on credit, you can say, on the earth's resources. Was that understandable? And some countries use more planets, we can see it here, than others. Qatar, it's very, they would use 8.8 planets only for 1 year. Denmark, it is 4.2. Then we have countries like Bangladesh, Eritrea, for example, it's 0.3. And even in 1970, as I showed, we only used 1 planet. It was not equal. There was also these differences that some has 0 point something and some had way more. But we could manage with 1 Earth. And the Earth have the maximum carrying capacity of 9 to 10 billion people. But of course we never know if that's the truth, because Lise before told us that what is the truth now maybe not is the truth in the future, so we cannot say what really is the truth. But that's what we say now, that 9 to 10 billion people, the Earth have the maximum carry capacity. And if you see, we take here and 1.7 and multiply by this, we get about 13 billion people already now. That will in fact say that we already have crossed the limit, and that's only because we're not using the Earth in a sustainable way. So we must do something. And then the question is, do we have a system for that? And I think there is a system that, and this is the system, the global goals. And this is because that all UN's countries have agreed about it. That's what makes it so strong. Also because of what the content in the goals are. But this agreement, because if one country do something good and another country do something other good, and you don't work together, then you will not solve the problem anyway. So it has to be all the countries that should agree, and they agree about this. And I think you know the global goals, and there's some postcard on the table with them, so you can see, because I'm going away from this slide. But as you can see here, it's a lot of different subjects. It's, like I said in the beginning, economy, it's the social, and it's the environmental. There are 7 goals, and underneath every of the 7 goals, there are targets. There are more goals. It's fragmented. So there are 169 target or sub-goals. The agreement was in 2015, and they entered into force in 2016. Many think it's in 15. We always talk about this year. But it was 1st of January in 2016. And we have to fulfill these goals for the human and for the planet until 2030. Many of you will know that already, I think, because I hope, because we're in the middle of it now. They are universal, as I said. It's all the member countries that have agreed about it. The goals also take into account the starting point. Because if you not take into account the starting point of where is the country right now, and what is our starting point to start this work. And there's a lot of subject, as we saw, about poverty, insecurity, lack of access to basic and natural resources, and environmental pollution and climate change. And just to mention, Here in Folkecenter, we have picked out some goals that we see as the most important that we work with. Not that we not like the other goals or not work with them. And because we're so far here in Denmark working with those goals, means that many companies and municipalities have picked out some goals that they are working with the most. And sorry, this is in Danish, I can see. This is number 4, it's quality education, it's sustainable energy, renewable energy, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and this is sustainable cities and local societies, and it's to responsible use, and this is for partnerships. And this was, Jana told me, this was really Preben. He really believed in partnerships. And we do a lot of things in partnerships. And you know that many of you from also Mali and Uganda, we work in partnership with you. We work in partnership in our projects. Almost everything we do are in partnerships. So, again, economy, social, environmental. That's what it's about, and a balance between them. And I think now, Jørgen, I show you a little video about how they are interrelated to each other, the 7 goals.
Understanding the dimensions of sustainable development. By endorsing Agenda 2030 and its 17 goals, the world community has reaffirmed its commitment to sustainable development to ensure sustained and inclusive economic growth, social inclusion and environmental protection, and to do so in partnership and peace. Agenda 2030 is universal, transformative and rights-based. It's an ambitious plan of action for countries, the UN system and all other development actors. The agenda inspires us to think creatively about the sustainability challenges of today so we can develop the right partnerships and take the right actions. At the heart of the agenda are 5 critical components: people, prosperity, peace, partnership, planet. These, in turn, underpin the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and are applicable in all countries. Agenda 2030 and the SDGs are not simply items on a checklist. They represent a holistic approach to understanding and tackling problems by guiding us to ask the right questions at the right time. To achieve this, we need to consider several challenges in order to work out how they connect with and impact upon each other. Finding these interdependencies helps us to address the root causes of problems and to create long-term solutions. So how does this work? Sustainable development is usually viewed through a lens of 3 core elements: economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. But it's important to remember that these are not just categories or boxes. They are connected and have aspects in common. For example, a health challenge like tuberculosis is not only determined by an unhealthy lifestyle, it could also be influenced by other factors such as poverty or air quality. To develop this approach a step further, 2 critical dimensions that will drive Agenda 2030 were adopted by member states: partnership and peace. Partnerships strengthen the capacities of all stakeholders to work together. Peace, justice and strong institutions are essential for improvements in the 3 core areas. Genuine sustainability sits at the centre, and it will be important to consider each of the SDGs through the lens of these 5 dimensions. Of course, we can't consider every possible angle of a single challenge. That's why it's crucial to build partnerships to share knowledge and expertise, to learn how we can jointly address challenges. This requires new ways of working together, focused on co-creation. National ownership is fundamental to address challenges properly. Many organisations and actors have an important role to play. Their involvement ensures long-term engagement and guarantees that no one is left behind. The universal nature of Agenda 2030 also asks us to look at the planet as one. Every country, every community has issues to address, and everyone shares the responsibility and ownership to address the challenges that affect us collectively. To move forward, we must develop the right capacities for Agenda 2030. We need to invest in lifelong learning to be able to advocate for change, foster action for implementation, measure progress, and to identify and empower new partners to support Agenda 2030. We all need to lead the way towards the vision of a better world within our lifetime. Because only if we ask the right questions and seek the right answers, and only if we take our responsibility seriously, will we be able to achieve a truly transformational agenda, leaving no one behind.
Det var tilbage til power.
Det var virkelig godt. Aha. Det var så godt. Jeg holder den bare.
No. Okay. But okay. And back to the discussion of the Sustainable Welfare Society. It meets some key challenges, and I will talk a little about them, and afterward, what can we do about those challenges? The climate change, resource consumption and waste, loss of biodiversity, social inequalities, and economic unsustainability. First, the climate change. It's primarily driven of the emission of greenhouse gases from the consumption of fossil fuels, and the tree is cutting down. The welfare society is in general more energy intensive and dependent on fossil fuels, and that make this climate change. And those change lead to the rising temperatures, rising in sea levels, and extreme weather condition, as we have seen it, and I think everybody knows about. And the resource consumption and waste in a welfare society, and this is the challenge. There is often high consumption of resources as water and energy and raw materials. And as we saw before on the globes, we have like this overconsumptions, and we need to find a balance, and also to manage waste in a sustainable manner, because many places in the world, the waste they have a problem with their waste. In Denmark, we maybe don't have so much, but many countries in, for example, Africa and Greenland and many places, India. Loss of biodiversity. The biodiversity is essential for us, and I think all of us know that. We have not so many, for example, insects, and that we used to have. And without insects, what about our plants, for example? Without our plants, what should we feed from? What should the animal that we eat feed from? So it's in fact very serious. Also for us, if you don't feel it's serious just to, when you look at the nature. And then social inequalities. In a welfare society, we should ensure that all people have access to the basic resources and services such as food, clean water, healthcare, and education, and housing, for example. But there are right now big inequalities between population groups, between countries. And economic sustainability mean that we have to have a sustainable economy. that means that we have to invest, for example, in green technologies, in innovation, going in that direction to change the whole society, and have a look at sustainable production and the way we use our resources and treat our waste. So this was a little about the challenges, and then a little about how to work sustainable. First of all, we have to redefine welfare. It is very important that we redefine welfare, because we cannot keep on doing like we do now. And that means to see it in another way, and in a more holistic way. Normally, welfare is associated with economic success and social benefits, but we cannot keep on seeing it only in that way. For example, I have do those questionnaire. Many of you have maybe answered it, and maybe then I have got more answer than people normally get from those questions. When you ask, do you have changed your habits under the crisis in the Ukrainian war, where we had this energy, not crisis as you said, but energy maybe supply crisis and very high prices in big part of the countries. Then some people answer, no, I have not changed my habits. And say, why? Because I can afford it. So I think, can I afford it? Is that a kind of status now? It's a new kind of status that you can afford. Like, I think it's like pressing delete to the planet. I can afford it, but you cannot afford it. Since when it has been status to be unintelligent? That's what I mean by redefining welfare and like status symbols. It's not the money anymore. It's to concern about sustainability, to have knowledge. That's more status, way more. And then we got to have a holistic perspective. And again, between economy, society, and environment. And then we have to also have the right education and awareness. Yeah, I think you can have the PowerPoint after, so maybe you don't have to take photo. We can send them in. We need to educate so people can more in the sustainable way. Also, so they can manage this new technology we have now with electric car, with windmills, and that's what, for example, one of our projects with No Plus Adult, we educate the technical people to manage to repair renewable energy, because in many parts of the world we need that education, and always also to have awareness, and also to have like a critical thinking about things. And then, yeah, the whole green transition is also a part of the solution. We need to advocate for a shift from the fossil fuels and the unsustainable practices to renewables, and we need to recycle materials. We have to create jobs within the sustainable sectors, and so on. And then democratic participation. We need a broad involvement of the civil society and the stakeholders in the decision-making processes. We need to, that it's the government, it's the companies, it's the normal citizen go in the right direction. And it's this, like, again, maybe mind-changing process. And then about the social equality, yeah, it's not only about the environmental. Lise said something about that also. We must work for a fair distribution of resources and opportunities and welfare in all the part of the world. And there's many, many more subjects. And I have listed some of them here. It's the sustainable business practice. It's a green mobility. It is local engagement and involvement. It is youth involvement, one of the things we also work with here. It's something about our cultural heritage. It's sustainable food production and agriculture. It's sustainable forestry and wood industry and sustainable tourism and so on. And it's also about having green financial, for example, finances for making sustainable projects, access to clean water and sanitation, and the secure of energy supply is a very important thing. And then it's of course our own lifestyle and consumption. And then there's also a thing, it's important to celebrate the success stories, because when you have do something for the sustainability, and I think in fact that's what we're doing right now for 40 years. That's so we celebrate something that was sustainable. Is sustainable. And back to the thing what yourself can do. It's about energy savings. Lise, you also, I'll come after you, but you talk about to save, that it was a kind of, what did you say? Primary energy resources was to save energy. And there is so much waste in the way. So it's very important to save energy. And that's one of the things we can do. I talked about this yesterday, and here there is some advice for, for a lot of things. For save energies and also for food waste and for how you treat your garbage and for green transportation and so on. It's unfortunately in Danish. We didn't have time to make it in English, and now it's. But then I will say something, because yesterday there was one asking, who is the lady? Maybe the man is not here now. Making this owl, this big bird there, and then Jens said that the artists come tomorrow, and it's this lovely lady in the blue dress there. She also made a lot of other things. We have this biodiversity pathway, which if you go down here, she make a lot of big insects, and if you want to see more of her creation, and this fireflies on the table, this is her last new creation. But yeah. But then I just want to say what you can do yourself is, I used to say in Danish, you should go from forbrug til brug for. Only the Danish people know what I mean here. It's a kind of wordplay. We say forbrug, then you turn it around and they say brug and for, because that's the way we're going to go. And I don't know the translation, but I think it could be something from nice to have, need to have. If I should say something that's a little smart in English. But it's lost in translation. And then, as the last thing, I think you need now to, it will be sustainable for you if you stand up in a row. No, not to do that, but then if you will stand in a row, if we can be here, otherwise we should go outside. If we should that, then I will first tell you what's about, because I don't know if I can shout you up outside. Jamen det måske, fordi what I will do is for each of the 17 goals, I take each goal, starting with number 1 and so far, and then I talk about the underlying targets. Then I take one of the targets, then I ask you a question, which is the target, and if you couldn't say yes, you move one step forward. But I don't know if we can make a row. Are we too many people? Okay, okay, because then we can stay with all those electronic here. Okay, and you can follow on the screen. Det er også for det, vi blev indenfor. So number 1, no poetry. So I ask you the target 1.1. Can I continue? Point 1.1, eradicate extreme poverty for all people before 2030. So you can take a step forward if you have more than $1.9 to live for during the day. And maybe you should take small steps, because you should maybe take 17 steps. And number 2, up here, 0 hunger. By 2030, all hunger must be stopped in the world. My question is, do you have eaten breakfast today? Then you can take a step forward. No, okay. Number 3, good health and well-being. Target 3.3. By 2030, all epidemic diseases must be combated. My question is, you have not had corona, then take a step forward. You have not had corona. Okay. Okay. And number 4, quality education, 4.1. By 2030, all girls and boys must complete free, inclusive, high quality youth education. Take a step forward if you have helped with homework, study, or something else, a young people within the last month. And here it could be our trainees, just the young people. And 5, gender equality, 5.4, recognize and valued unpaid care work and work in the home is the target. So here I have split it up. So women, you can go a step forward if you have not done laundry this week. Laundry. If you have not do laundry, you can take a step forward. And the men, you can step forward if you have done the laundry this week. And number 6, clean water and sanitation, 6.1. By 2030, everyone must have access to safe drinking water at an affordable price. Question: you drink at least 1.5 liters of water per day, which is the recommendation from the National Board of Health. Take a step forward if you drink 1.5 liters of water a day. Yeah, but tea and coffee is not it's not pure water. And 7. 7 is our main goal, and many of you here are working with this affordable and clean energy. 7.2, by 2030, increase the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. So question: your organization have set up solar cells or wind turbines, other renewable things, or is working to promote the area? Number 8, decent work and economic growth. 8.6, by 2020, significantly reduce a proportion of youth not in employment, education, or training. So the question is, your organization has at least one trainee now, and if you are a trainee, you can also step one step forward. Number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. 9C, access to information and communication technology must be significantly increased. So you can step forward if you have a mobile phone. Number 10, but yeah, you laugh, but there is people who have even no electricity. So yeah. 10, reduced inequalities. 10.7, facilitate orderly, regular, and responsible migration. So the question is, do you have helped an Ukrainian or an other refugee? Then you can step one step forward. Help in some way. And 11, sustainable cities and communities. 7.2, by 2030, provide access for safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport system for all. The question is, do you have taken public transport to Folkecenter? Godt, det er ikke mig. Ja. And number 12, sustainable consumption and production. 12.5, by 2030, you should significantly reduce waste generation through reduction, recycling, and reuse. So the question is, do you sort your waste into 10 categories? Because it's 10. It's because it's the requirements for private household in Denmark, and it's from this year. We started with 10 categories. Yeah, 10. And this is in here. We have it, in fact, the 10 categories. No. And should we take the 5 last of them? 13.2, integrate to prevent climate change into national politics, strategies, and planning. The answer is, you have participated in a climate demonstration. Have you ever participated in? Yeah, you can step. And 14, it's about life below water. 14.4, by 2020, we should effectively regulate harvesting and overfishing and illegal fishing. So, do you have a fishing license? Maybe you don't need it, but no, not many of you. Hope you not fish then. 15, life on land. By 2020, 15 to 2020, deforestation must be stopped to cutting the trees. The question is, do you have ever planted a tree? Yeah. And number 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. 69, by 2030, provide illegal identity for all, including registration when you were born. Do you have a Danish citizenship or in the country you normally live in? Yeah. It's that you are registered. Yeah. Registered when you were born, you get registered. And 17, the last one, partnership for the goals. 17.3, mobilize additional resources for development countries from different kind of sources. The question is, do you have ever participated in a country fundraiser? Do you know what that is? No. Where you walk around from house to house and collect money for a good sake. Or maybe support it in another way. Then you can step forward. Yeah, I think you have. And then, thank you very much for playing with me. So, thank you.
Skal jeg tage, det er der nu?
Ja, det tror jeg. Ja. Ja. Jamen, det tror jeg faktisk også, der skete der. Så nu er den af i hvert fald. Så skal måske Joachim tage det andet af. Hvordan er det, jeg gør? Sådan. Det var den. Hvordan kan du se? Jeg skal have briller. Jeg kan lige se, hvor klemmen er nemlig.
Heavy? This one is a little bit heavy. And it can, where is the hook? This one? Yeah. It can be hooked. So we can, how much do you walk around? Oh, I walk. You walk around? Like an animal. Because otherwise you could just leave it here. But if you're walking around, of course you have to bring it. I wish should I? We put it where? Does it? Should we try? We try. Will it be there? If you put one on the other side, you will be. You are putting two. Yeah. Is it okay? Okay. Want it to make noise if it swings? No. Yeah, I'll try. I've changed this microphone, so I think. Just. Where is the Daniel? has to come. Oh, my heart was jumping out. You go there and you are the one to change. Yes, yes.
What should we move?
He is going to be doing, and I'm talking.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So, we are ready to listen from the news from Uganda and from the organization True Niels Jebsen. Learn he come here to Folkecenter, he was a radio engineer. So he came and said we should have contact to Jeep down in Uganda, and we said yes, of course we should have it, and then we got it. So please, Ruth, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ruth Kiwanuka, as she said. And before I go, I have my husband has come, Benon Kiwanuka, Reverend. He's seated there. Just wave to the people. I've been with him for 48 years. So after this, we shall talk. Then I have my son-in-law, Tobion Shambo. That one. He married our daughter. They are in Sweden. And my grandkids, that is their number one. Tendo, 14 years Tendo, stand up. Ethan, number 2. And the baby, so far. My daughter is somewhere doing some work. Okay. Here I come from Africa, and the country is Uganda in East Africa. This time I don't want anybody to make a mistake. You ask, are you coming from Ghana? Yes. Uganda in Ghana? Oh. So, East Africa. And Uganda, the region I come from is Buganda. Is what? Buganda. And my tribe, I'm Muganda. I'm what? Buganda. And my language is Luganda. Is what? Hey, are you? And my dance is Chiganda. Okay. When this was 22, but when I reached this in Europe, it turned to 20. I don't know, because your hours are lower. We are ahead of you, so it is 22 years. Partnership with the Nordic Folkecenter for renewable energy with JEEP, Joint Energy and Environment Projects. We just abbreviate and say JEEP, but not the company of the cars. Yes, Daniel. Yes, I came to Denmark in 1996. And it was an exchange program with MS. Meremo, you know it. That MS. It was an exchange program, and I was selected to come because the Danish were already in our country. So they wanted us also to come and share our experiences. I was blessed to come. And from the International People's College, where orientation was done, we were supposed to be taken by our hosts. And my host, fortunately, is here. You see, we are there at Hubu Day High School in the Jutland. I think Hubu is the most popular city in Denmark. So, there we are. Lina, that is the host. Lina, yes. That one. Yes? And Lina, when she got me that time, she accepted all what I am, the culture, traditional work, everything. So you can see when I put on that, she also tried to put on something just to be a little bit like me, because she accepted. Yes. And from Hubu, I moved to so many places in Denmark, but I finally came here to this folk center. And whom did I find? Jan Cruz and Preben. You can see them. Yes? And as usual, when she took us around, as usual, she has done this for years. She doesn't get tired. This whole center, she takes you around and tells you each and everything. After the tour, I was so impressed. And I said, my God, since we are working for environment, yeah, becoming a folk center would be. So I talked to her. She's a very busy lady. But I said, whatever she says, I will tell her. I thought, oh, I'm so inspired. I wish Jane Cruz. We don't have you say Yana? J-A-N is Jane. Okay, Yana. Jane Cruz. She said, no, that's okay. If you are interested. And after a short time, 2021, she sent us a very positive letter. I looked for it, but I couldn't trace it, saying it's okay, we can go into partnership. You can imagine. So that tour was very successful. So we started the talks and the talks and the talks, and then Jeep became a folk center. Of course, it is not as big, and with much less technologies, but we are trying to go further, as Gitte was talking. Dan? Yes. Joint Energy, this organization is a very local Ugandan organization founded by local people, Ugandans. You see them. Two gentlemen, I'm happy at least there was a woman. Sylvester Sentamakumbi, Waludia Mukasa, and Treza Mzila. This was a journalist, a farmer, a nurse. That vision came to them, we moved. The vision came to them that in Uganda we needed something because in 1982 they heard of a very serious crisis in Ethiopia. The environmental crisis. They had done all the work they're supposed to do because we cut trees, we do everything. But they went beyond the limit. So they had a very serious drought and crisis. Animals died, trees gone, soil gone. People were dying like nobody's business. So these people in Uganda said, if this is happening in Ethiopia, it can easily happen too. Oh, sir, I didn't tell you, I'm a teacher, so when I say, it is to answer. It can happen to Uganda. Yes. So they came up with that vision, a safe environment for a sure, please read. A safe environment for a sure future. It is what this folk center is also doing. They are trying to create a safe environment for a sure future. And the mission to stop environment destruction and promote efficient management of natural resources. That's what Gitte has been talking about here in the welfare, social welfare, whatever. Okay, let's move down. And they came up with this. These Ugandanese local people, they wanted to come up with a program in a tree. And the most important part they thought of was this, what we call a stem, whatever you call it in Danish, a stem, and they said that should be awareness. That people should be informed about each and everything so that they're in the know.
If we want them to learn about something, inform them, create awareness, talk to them, educate them. That's what the Folk Center is doing, getting people from all over the world to inform them about renewable energy. JIP is getting people from all over the country to tell them about natural resource management, information. And then they looked at number 1, you see the branch. But in Denmark, it was so humble. Yes, improve stoves and kitchen energy management, both at institutional level and domestic level. Because in Uganda and many African countries, and here you used to do it, I don't know how fast you went out of it. Cooking, we use a lot of firewood. The energy, most of it, that's biomass from there, over 90%. Then if you add these other purposes from the trees, it is great. So they said, why don't we do this? We should improve the stove, make it more economical to save the environment, okay? Then we shall be cutting less trees. And number 2, we should improve on wood burning industries. But this one, these founder members you saw, thought it was a governmental policy. So they wanted the government to come up with a policy concerning those small industries, brick making, fish smoking, brewing, waraji. You don't know waraji, but it's a very strong spirit. You know, they use a lot of big fireplace, a lot of firewood. So they thought the government would do a policy. Number 3, charcoal. Do you know charcoal? Okay, the production, the methodology used in our country is very extravagant, very bad, uneconomical, does not save. A person to pile up wood for charcoal needs 10 tons of wood, but comes up only with 1 ton of charcoal. So the rest of the wood is all burned to ash. Yes, that is a waste. And imagine if Togola, if Benon, if Tobio, if Gitte, Lina, Hele are all producing charcoal. Can you imagine how many trees would go? So they thought there was a need to improve on the kiln. The one which they prepare to make charcoal should be improved upon so that if you pile this, at least you come up with 7 or 8 tons of charcoal. And then waste is so minimized. Number 4, they thought, if you tell Lina that you have a problem with your stomach and you have fever, I have aspirin. And if Lina tells me, for example, if I'm a doctor, Dr. Ruth, that I don't take aspirin, I cannot tell Lina just go. I have to find an alternative for Lina. If you not aspirin, you can take Panadol. So an alternative. These people thought we needed alternative. If you tell people, reduce, stop cutting trees for wood, for firewood, what could they use? The alternatives, like briquettes, like sawdust, like biogas, solar. She's using solar here to cook. Yes. The food we've been eating and the bean is solar. So, number 5, tree planting. In Uganda, we have had very many thick forests, a lot of bushes, a lot of trees, even at household level. But they have been used and cut unnecessarily and sometimes necessarily. So in Uganda, if you talked about tree planting at the beginning, they would just say, what? Jeep, are you the one who planted all those forests? Why do you tell us to plant trees? Trees can germinate on their own, God-given. So that's why they started with the problems and they came out number 4 and 5 as some of the solutions. Yeah, that is the guy, Preben, came to Uganda. This was, it was great. Because Preben is a very Danish, is so Danish, yeah? Is those very Danish, those typical, whom we never expected anyway, that he could just wear off Denmark and come to Uganda. He came, and that is at Jeep offices at the front door. Yes? So it was so good because he was so happy that we became a folk center. He was so happy that we are trying to put efforts to save the environment, and he was extremely happy because we had to go renewable. We had alternatives, we had the word solar, but we are not practicing it. We did not know much about it. So when we came in touch with these people, this center, these people, they sent us an engineer to take us through all the stuff, solar, all about solar. And from that time, every staff could talk about solar freely and with knowledge. And we started installing solar by the help of this center. And we went on, and we went on, and we are still going on. These are the activities, you know. There I'm showing the book, you know, I always do that. Those are solar boxes, renewable energy. Those are baskets, which are used as a cooker and flask, keeping food hot and cooking. But it's a basket. And we have also trained the Friends of Lina here in Denmark online how to make that. And she has the basket and other people. Then you can see they are here. These people are from the refugee camps. We have Uganda has the highest number of refugees. And they need a lot, they need energy. Otherwise they can't live. So we train them in many, many things. Here, water, shallow well. It is a school where Jeep installed a shallow well because they have wetland nearby the school and they are fetching water from far. So that's the well. And the top, we usually go for exhibitions in any part of the country to create awareness, to inform people how to save energy, how to go renewable. These are many people we collaborate with, and some of them have been funders. Yes, Daniel? That is Jeep offices, and when you look at this roof, that is the very solar panels we put up with the engineer from here. And then from Jeep, we started moving to other places of the country. And the next picture, that's the classroom. In Uganda, when it is 7 o'clock, and you enter a house without any lamp, you can't see anything. It is so dark. Very, very dark. In fact, when Preben came from the airport, it was so dark everywhere. And he was asking, what about those small lamps I see? We told him there are small bulbs outside the house for security. Security? You don't have security organisms? It was hard to explain. But many people put at least a bulb out because it is so dark. If somebody is not so good, you can easily see somebody is coming. Or even if it's good, you can see. Otherwise, without it, you can't. So he was so touched by that. And I think that's why he even donated all the money he got for his birthday. He gave us to install solar in schools. I think he deserves a clap. Because of my stay here, starting from Lina, then here, this collaboration is, I got many people. That is Kirsten Oap, Meku Bank. She was also here sometime. There was a conference here. And when we talked, I talked a lot about energy. And she went back to her Meku Bank, sweet talked to them, and they started sending money for installation of solar and institutional stoves in schools. Then that guy, Fred Hansen, because he was one of the day high schools where I went, when he told me he was taking groups of Danish people to Albania, I told him, no. Don't waste your time. Take them to Uganda. They will learn a lot. I told him, and he believed in me, and he immediately started bringing people 10 or 12 for many years coming to Uganda. So many Danish learned Uganda through him. Then there is this lady this side, and Lina you've seen. The other is from Jeep. This lady, Hele Postgard, is here. Could you please? That lady. Oh. With a very close relationship with her, when she came here, we were in that hall, the old building, and she came with her colleague, and I talked about energy in Uganda. Where's my Tadaka? My God. Tadova. It is out one day. You put fuel. When she came here, she was told that she was going to meet us from Jeep. And on the table, we talked all about our sources of energy. And I told her we use a lot of kerosene lamps. And electricity is minimal. It's a very small percentage of people using electricity. Many people use And when I put this matchbox, when I put this, but there it had light. That girl,
You want to light it?
of course, because she looked at it, it was black. And she opened her eyes, more and more like this. And her heart, I think, was beating terribly, because for me, I was talking freely, that this is one of the lamps. Then, afterwards, I saw her, the eyes were kind of with some tears, because the light was so bad. And I told her, even the children going to school use it to do their homework. And the mothers use it at night when they are breastfeeding. And sometimes it burns the mosquito net and the whole house, and people died. Then she was speechless. From that time, she went back to her power company in Olbo. I think they talked a lot with her. Then she decided to find a way of sending solar lamps to Uganda. They started. Yes, more? Yes. These are awareness again. You see people in the trees, you see people in the room, you see, we create awareness wherever they are. There are people who cannot have a place, a hall. This is too big, of course. Then we find them outside. Yes. tree nursery establishment and tree growing. We are no longer saying tree planting. You need to put the tree there and you take care until it grows. So you are growing it just like the food crops. And when we talk to people about trees, we use a formula. I'll just make the questions. Who should plant trees in Uganda or in Denmark? Who should plant trees in Uganda? And we want people to start saying it themselves. Some of them say government, or some of them donors. But then you say, but in Uganda here, then they can say, me. And because I'm a teacher, I say, you do it, me. Who should plant trees in Denmark? Me. Yes. And the next question is, why should we have trees? Why do we plant trees? Why do we have trees? Or why are trees good? One time I was asking a group in Bonasville, is it down? Bonasville. And one of the lady quickly put up her hand and said, making love. Oh my God, I said, yeah, to making love? Because in our country, that is, we don't say it just openly. We don't making love. But I said, okay, this is Denmark. But we ask people, why are trees good? And we want everybody to mention. So we can say, Tendo, why are trees good? And Tendo should be able to give a reason, one reason. Why are trees good? For health? For air. Yes, fresh air. And for us, because we teach adults, and some of them have not been to school, we want to give them energy. We want them to feel accepted and appreciated. And we clap for them. And me, when I answered the question, who asked the question? Was it Gitte? Yes. I gave a very good answer, but nobody clapped, and she didn't also thank me. And I said, oh, yes. So we encourage them by saying, who should plant trees? They say, why do we plant trees, Lina?
For firewood?
Yeah. Sure. And Anna, why?
For the shadow and the climate change.
Wow. And France?
For biodiversity.
For?
Biodiversity.
Biodiversity. And so, but some people are so clever, they give such big words, and we tell them to make it easier. But not today, I think they know. So, that formula helps them to come up with answers from themselves, so that anytime she sits there, she says, oh, trees have so many purposes, about 40 or 45. Not so? And if you look around here, there's a lot of trees may use, not so? Can you touch what comes from the tree? In here? Is here? Oxygen, good, but where you are sitting? Wow, okay. And we say, which trees should one plant? Which trees? You just don't plant any tree. Which trees should one plant? Depending on what? On the purpose. As Lina says, firewood, it is the most important purpose. And if we say fruits, yes, it is very important. Which trees, depending on the purpose. And we say, where do you plant the trees? You just don't plant anywhere. In our country, if you plant your apple, oh no, we don't have apples, not much. Mangoes, and you plant it very far, those kids from school, because they are hungry, they would eat it all. So you plant it near the house. So that where also depends on the purpose. Yes. And we say, how do we plant trees? I heard Ibrahim mentioning how to plant trees. It is very important. Not everybody knows how to plant trees. Did you know that? If it is a huge tree, you need to have a big hole. If it is a small one, shoot a small hole. And it's the big, you need to have a big distance from one tree to another. Yes, and the last question on that, what next after putting the tree in the ground? What next? What do you do next? Yes, watering. What else? Weeding. What else? Yes. Pruning. Yes. What else? Yes. It's like a baby. When you get a baby, you feed, you take care, you bathe, and all that. So the tree is a living thing which needs to be taken care of. Yes. Daniel. Training construction of domestic energy saving stoves. People, all of you seated here, put yourself in Uganda. Stop thinking you are in Denmark now. Because when I talk about this, you may not even imagine what I'm talking about, because you have the cookers, you have the ovens, you have this. Now we are making a better stove from the 3 fireplace, where you put firewood here, firewood here, firewood here. We are improving on this as the program industry to make it better. So we mix mud, local materials, clay, naturally there, and free of charge, and acceptable culturally by culture, likes it. Once you go outside the culture, you are not moving. Then they start mixing and learning and making. So if you see here, you can see it is like a cooker. Oh, do you see? But it is made of mud. And it is using very little firewood instead of this. When you go out, you see my small stove there, the same as this. Small, only 2 or 3 pieces. Yet this one takes about 10. So those are the things we discuss with them and them. Then this lady is cooking. It has 2 potholes like a cooker, and the smoke through the chimney. So the kitchen environment is better. I know what is going on in your mind. Oh, they are this far. Gitte, you said we should have shared resources. Yes. This lady is making them and she's selling. So we encourage enterprise. You make, she can't make, she will buy. Done. Yes, this is the school one. Schools in our country, they cut a lot of trucks and trucks. You know what a truck is? Lorries, what do you call them here? Trucks or tractor. Okay, so much. They cut so much for the school. And if they change to this and that, they use so little. Because the door, you can see, a door is so small compared to the 3 outlets. The door is so small, you put in so little and short, and you cook the same amount of food for the school. Give that a clap. You see, it looks like a cooker. And the chimney is in between, taking the smoke out of the kitchen. Where you would have about 4, you can use 1 person. So you pay 1 person. You see? Yes, Daniel? Yes. The baskets for cooking, you see the food is cooked. Lina knows very much about it. And that one is cooking to store the food to be hot. When the kids have gone to school, they will come back and eat hot food in the basket. Yes, Dan? And then, whenever we leave our offices, we have to travel far. And sometimes the roads are so bad. And I've been getting people from Denmark, including Preben, who was here, and that girl, Hele, and this girl, Lina, and others. you can imagine. Can you see the road over there? That's a bridge. And our Land Cruiser has to go over, over that. You can imagine me being the leader, and you have these people from far in Denmark, and you are taking such a risk. And they are also looking at me, sympathizing. They know I'm worried, and I'm only praying to God so that we don't die. And we pass in such horrible. You can see the other one there. You see the water? The bridge was kaput. But they told us to get it to a bit side. But you feel, you feel like, oh God. And I keep my eyes. One time, Harry and I was just keeping one eye there to see how they look like. If they are thinking they are dying, what do we do? What do I tell the Danish people that the people died at work, at Jeep, in such? But God is good. They survived. You see that one? You see the other? You know, sometimes you just say, oh God, maybe you take me or you what? Instead of these visitors. But I also don't want to die. Yes, Daniel? Yes. Renewable energy, Preben, Jan, and their team have been pushing, helping, advising, teaching to go further into renewable. That's a solar fridge. Yes. Continue down. And that is Haley, that girl. Those 112,000 little sun solar lamps were distributed. You can see the lamp with the boy. This one, you see? You can imagine that light. I will still have to light. Then the solar lamp is helping. Those are the more and more useful tips and knowledge from the Folk Center in our partnership. Then, because Jeep staff have been coming here one by one, about 16 or 17 have been here. Me, I've been here more times because I'm the head. So, LED light is new. It's a new technology which we are welcoming very much. We are in the process together with someone here. The owner of those. We are working on this. When everything is ready, we shall be able to distribute these in schools. Those again who cannot get panels, solar panels, because they are a bit expensive, and they cannot get hydro power. Yes, Dan. And when you tell somebody, you want somebody to choose, you have to compare. That is comparison between LED lights and normal AC bulbs in a 50 square meter classroom. So installation fees would be that for the 5 AC, I don't know what you use here, but the LED will be that. Then daily cost would be 310, those are shillings, not krona. Then here for LED lights, 3.6, very little. Then annual cost would be 113, and this one is 1,000. 1,000 shillings in Uganda is very little. And guarantee 1 year is 3 years. So in those poor schools, poor communities, well, if they get something like this, it will be fantastic. Before they come to Meme or solar panels. Oh, from the firewood. We also want to go there, and we are promoting this electric pressure cooker and LPG gas and ethanol for cooking. We have used firewood for thousands and thousands of years. Now we are trying to tell people to go that way. But people believe that electricity is very expensive. Now we are telling them that this one takes little power, takes very little, but it is hard to change them now because they still say, electricity, oh, but we are telling them, and some people have started taking, and they have seen it themselves, that it consumes so little. Fortunately, the UN came with so many and reduced the price because I think they are getting carbon money, and they deducted almost 50% to enable many Ugandans to access that. Yes, Dan. Biogas. We have started using biogas and installing. We are together with Sistema company in Nairobi and in South America, that guy, and this is Jeep. And at Jeep, there, we are cooking. And now people are buying the plant, solar plant, to start using for cooking and stop using firewood. That is the whole thing. Done. Those are the doom and, biogas. But here, it is a school where we put biogas from the toilet, using the toilet to get biogas. And the school has reduced so much on buying firewood. They buy so little because they have now gas. The bad thing is that when people say biogas is from a latrine, who can eat that food? That mentality anyway is still there, but when you explain and say, no, this is just the gas and it is the fire, then, won't it smell like the latrine? But you still have to educate. You have to inform the person. Then the person will be happy to use it. So we are also trying to encourage schools because they take so much and they go biogas. This is biogas for cooking and electricity. We just try to compare that if you have firewood, it is so much. If you have the money and the trucks, you can reduce from 7 to 4 and then to 0.6. So just to inform somebody why you should change from the bad method to a better method. So I won't go into details. And we are doing more research on natural gas generators. Yes. Solar boxes, solar, yes. Women in a camp are trying to demonstrate the baskets, how to cook in the baskets and in the solar boxes. Yes, same thing. Again, consumption. We are trying to say briquettes, charcoal, electricity, firewood, what is the cheapest? So you have to show somebody, then somebody will choose after seeing. Chapters and partnerships. We are already in partnership with this. We are now we have now Faculty of Economics, Energy and Management University, those people, they came to JIP, and we are now in partnership. They are learning from us, and we are learning from them. And we signed an agreement. You can see me in a red coat, jacket, yes. You were sorting 10. We have only 3 there. Plastic, bottles, and plastics. And this, the last one here, is from waste to something good, recycling. We have a group of people who are doing this. You see the bottles which would be thrown out. You can decorate them and put them on the table like flowers. And here they are in class. Oh, recycling again, more. Mm-hmm. The Jeep staff, I don't even see myself, and the board, current board of directors and the staff. As I go, I take back at these, what Gitte Davidsen presented is a serious issue. It is a very, very good paper, but you people, you have to work very, very hard to see that you don't leave us so far behind. I know you will not leave us behind. Hey, you will not leave us behind. And quickly, this lady, this is not something as a Jeep, this is me. Jan Cruz has started from here with me, with Jeep and me. And she came adding and adding and adding and adding and adding up to here. I'm far. We are far. Because, so it is not, it is just a symbol of what she has done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This girl was in Uganda when she was young. Still young, of course. And she has held me like this in her hands throughout. She's the one coordinating the projects on behalf of this center. She comes to us, and wherever we give her to sleep, whether it is mosquito packed or what, she's there. In the field there, when we are pushing the car is stuck, she's there. So this is not a gift, it is, she has done that, and now she's starting to put me in so that now I can sustain myself as if I will sustain. Thank you. Last but not least is this girl. Something here, something will be coming into her bags, and she becomes a millionaire. I keep it.
I know, Joachim come and help you.
Joachim.
Joachim will come.
I thank you very much for listening. I'm sorry where you have not followed me. When we are free outside asking me, then I'll explain further. And I have many good stories. You can't imagine. But this girl really, I don't know.
Thank you so much. I would just mention that the book we saw yesterday, there is fail in it. So the print company has said we have made fake and we print all again. And we will offer that we also send the books to these people that want to have it. So we not have your addresses, but we have your email addresses. And then we will make you a mail. Get news. Yeah, they took the mistake. They do the mistake. It was not our